What's going on, guys? Looks like I'm gonna have to do another live stream tonight. Probably not all night. We'll see how things develop. We have some emergency news coming in. It looks like Israel has launched strikes on targets inside of Iraq. It looks like they hit some bases belonging to Iranian proxies. They hit some IRGC and Popular Mobilization Forces bases tonight. This is just coming in the last few minutes, probably in the last 30 minutes. This is just coming in. Israel has launched airstrikes on Iranian proxies in Iraq. There's apparently many casualties among the IRGC, and we're hearing that American fighter jets were involved. We're also hearing some new threats from the Iranians. The Iranians have issued a new threat saying that there's going to be a maximum response. The Iranian foreign minister issued another threat, apparently, saying that there's going to be a maximum response, maximum retaliation. I don't know. There's a lot of reports that American fighter jets were involved. We have some footage here. Up on the top of the screen, you can see some video footage that came in this evening. This is coming from the Baghdad area. So this is just coming in right now. I'm trying to just figure out exactly what's going on. So I'm looking through all the sources here. So this is just coming in literally right now. So we also have a Russian sub off the U.S. East Coast. And I'll talk about that, but you can see that the airspace over Iran has been cleared out. There's like literally no civilian planes over Iran right now. We know that Iran still has their air defenses on high alert. So something's going on here. We could see some kind of big escalation after this. So I'm going to just do some live coverage of this, and hopefully it doesn't escalate, but it could. So I'm just going to check some of my sources here real quick. Ross Snyderman, good to see you. We need to pray for Israel. Z Cali, good to see you. Jacqueline James, good to see you. So this is very serious, guys. This is extremely serious. I'm just going to wait a couple more minutes here for everybody to join in, for everyone to get the notification. So just give me a couple of minutes here. Share this out on your social media, on your Twitter. Share it out everywhere, your Facebook. And thank you guys for all your support. I really appreciate it. The last 48 hours has been just totally insane. I didn't plan to go live tonight. I was actually just going to upload a video, but I decided to go live because this could be something serious. Because we do know that Israel struck a pretty large IRGC base. And the IRGC is part of, the Iranian military. So this could potentially push Iran over the edge if Iran had any doubts about striking against Israel after last night, they may have decided now after this that they want to strike Israel back, you know. So this could push Iran over that level, you know, that they may want to strike, you know. So we have to be on high alert and see if Iran is going to respond. But we are hearing that the Iranian foreign minister has apparently reissued a threat, and you know, threatening to launch a massive response. So this is extremely serious situation here. You know, and the IRGC has their own forces. They have their own military, so they could even respond on their own if they so choose, you know. So I'm just going to give it a couple minutes here. I'm just looking through some sources to see what's going on. So just bear with me a couple minutes here while I figure out some more information, because this is all coming in very quick and it's just happening right now. So so we're hearing that as many as 8 of the IRGC forces have been killed in this strike. 8 IRGC have been killed in the strike. Okay, so that's pretty serious. So we know at least 8 IRGC members have been killed as a result of the strike. So some kind of IRGC facility. Some kind of IRGC facility, guys. Let me just show you what we have going on with the flights. So you can see that in Iran, there's like no flights over Iran right now. So that means that their airspace is still closed down for the most part, and their air defenses are up. They still have their air defenses up. You can see, look, all the flights going around Iran, but there's like nothing over Iran itself. Very few flights. And then we also have this Russian sub that was off the U.S. coast earlier. You can see this nuke sniffer plane here. It's a Constant Phoenix plane that was flying along the U.S. East Coast this afternoon. And yesterday there were 2 sub hunters flying in the same area. So there must be some kind of Russian sub here operating off the East Coast if we were flying this nuke sniffer very low. And then also we have several nuclear war command and control planes in the air. We actually have, looks like, let me see, 3 or 4. We had like 4 earlier today. Yeah, so right now we have 3 nuclear war command and control planes in the air. So this is extremely serious, guys. Good evening, Stacy W. from Southern Kentucky. How's it going? Happy Friday. Brandon Barulkin, thank you for the donation. I know this is a big bummer to you, Greg. I must spend time with my 6 kids and wife checks back later. Sounds good. Sounds good. Have fun with your kids and your family. That's very important. And thank you for that donation. So let me just check some of the sources here and see some of the latest. So the Iraqi Popular Mobilization Forces have officially acknowledged that there were kabooms reported at their base in Babel, Iraq. Okay. There were several kabooms. I'm assuming that's Babylon, like Tower of Babel. So the Popular Mobilization Forces, that's an Iranian proxy, have acknowledged kabooms at their base. Yeah, so this is actually in Babylon. This strike happened in Babylon. We're hearing that the strike was from some kind of Air Force, either Israeli or American Air Force or both, and they targeted the headquarters of the Shields Directorate of the Popular Mobilization Forces. U.S. officials tell PBS News that the explosions at the Popular Mobilization Forces base in Iraq is believed to have been caused by an Israeli airstrike. We're hearing at least 8 members of the IRGC have been killed. We don't have any official confirmations. There's allegations by Iran and Iraq that these were American fighter jets involved. So we're hearing that there were also drone strikes in this attack, that they potentially used drones as well. So yeah, this is crazy, guys. This is insane. And I have some footage. If you look at the top of the screen here, you can see footage from this strike. So this is a serious strike. Israel launched a very serious strike just a day after they launched the big strikes, or not big strikes, the limited strike on Iran. So yeah, this is crazy, guys. This is it's just nonstop. There were some EAMs earlier, emergency action messages, that were being broadcasted, and there was a small flurry of them. So that could be why there was that small flurry. Just about 3 hours ago, there was a flurry of emergency action messages. So I'm going to be providing live coverage for a little while. I'm going to see what the latest news is here. Israeli warplanes are continuing to hit Iran-backed groups in Baghdad. So this looks like a pretty severe strike on these Iranian proxies in Baghdad. Pretty serious strike. What's going on, U.S. SEALs? How's it going? It seems like it's limited to the Babylon government area of Babylon. So we're just going to monitor the situation here and see if anything else develops. There were a lot of nuclear attack options being broadcasted earlier this afternoon. Now we know why. Looks like there might have been a munitions depot that was hit in the strike, because there's like secondary explosions So yeah, they hit an entire base in Baghdad. It's just absolutely insane. The footage is crazy. Let me see if I can show you another video here. Let's see. We have 3 U.S. nuclear war command and control planes in the air right now. We had a nuke sniffer plane off the coast of the U.S. here, a nuke sniffer. It was going back and forth along the East Coast, flying really low and collecting information on potentially Russian subs in the area. And yesterday we had multiple P-8 Poseidons flying over here. There was one that was looping off the coast of Norfolk Naval Base yesterday. So something's going on over here with the East Coast, and we have this nuclear war command and control plane heading out to the Atlantic right now. So our nuclear forces are on high alert. We have another nuclear war command and control plane over Cheyenne, Wyoming. So we'll see what happens here, but we are getting reports that the Iranian foreign minister apparently issued a new threat saying that there will be a maximum response. So this could potentially antagonize Iran to the point where they may decide to strike back, you know. So this is very, very serious. We got some more footage here. Let me get some more footage up on the screen. U.S. officials are now saying that the U.S. was not involved in the strike. So U.S. officials are saying that the U.S. was not involved in this strike. So we'll see what happens. They're denying involvement. We're hearing of serious losses being reported. Serious losses. As many as 8 IRGC members have been killed, is what we're hearing. Serious losses being reported. So this is very, very serious. Let me just get this video up on the screen. One moment.
لا حول ولا قوة إلا بالله. هاي صواريخ العدو. الحمد لله لو الأرض. الله سبحانه وتعالى. لعنة الله عليهم.
Let me just get this up on the screen here. So this could push Iran over the edge. This could push Iran over the edge. This is just coming in right now from Baghdad, Iraq. Some type of a strike. Check that out. That's a pretty serious strike. This is apparently the base of the Iranian proxies, and they just got hit by Israeli fighter jets. So this is crazy, guys. Just going to check for any updated news here. Seems like this war is just never going to end, you know, between Iran and Israel. It's now going into like a war phase where they're just going back and forth at each other. Gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much, Hudo614. Hudo614, Hudo614. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Open Minds, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. RM Podcast, thank you very much. Reagan Alcocer, thank you for the donation. Thanks for the coverage. I have barely slept for 2 days. I can't get my family to understand how serious this really is. The Brandino Show, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Deborah, thank you for the donation. Hartsada, thank you for the donation. Jay Moore, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. So something is going on here in Iraq. We're just covering this live. I don't know how long these strikes are going to last. This is just initial footage coming out. I don't know if there's going to be more. But we just had strikes a few minutes ago. The sub is off the East Coast somewhere. Andy Glue says, who got room in their bunker in PA? That's funny. That's funny. The sub was off the East Coast. And how do we know that? Because of the U.S. sub hunting activity. We had a nuke sniffer plane fly along the East Coast here. It went down by Orlando, and it went from Orlando all the way up to Cape Cod, and it was flying really low here off the coast of Cape Cod, and it went all the way along the East Coast here. So it was looking for any potential radiation that would be emitted by a Russian nuclear powered vessel. And then yesterday we had several sub hunters patrolling off of the coast of Virginia and Florida. So this could push Iran over the edge, because we just struck one of their main like facilities for their proxies in Baghdad. I mean, that's like a major base, I guess, that we hit. Miss DP, thank you for the donation. Will Russia use this distraction to attack Poland? I'm not sure. I would hope not. If anything, I think that they are... If anything, I think that they would attack the Baltics first before they attack Poland, but they could attack Poland. Last night there was a lot of reconnaissance over Poland. I was actually going to release a video update, which I'll probably release later with information on a lot of different stuff. Yeah, this is just absolutely insane. Just crazy times, guys. Absolutely crazy times that we are living in. I need to stock up better. Thanks, Greg, for all your info. No problem. Still nothing on Fox. K. Paul says, remember, if somebody wasn't interested in being prepared before this, they will be even more prepared now, or more uninterested now. Yeah, you would think that, this would make people want to prepare more. Yeah, I'm not too tired. I guess I'm a little bit exhausted, I mean, I've been streaming 2 days straight, basically, but I feel okay. Greg, I need to know what the bolt did to you. I don't know what you mean, the bolt. Yeah, I know a lot of people have been tired over the last 2 days. I know a lot of people have been tired. I'm sorry for keeping you guys up so late, especially Wednesday night. Wednesday night was insane. Wednesday night was just absolutely insane. I'm sorry I kept all you guys up. That was a crazy night. But now we know why Wednesday night, all those nuclear attack options that were broadcasted, now we know why. Everybody was saying that I was full of crap and that, this was all an exercise and nothing was going to happen. And even the mainstream media, they were saying that Israel was going to strike after Passover. You remember that? They were saying, oh, Israel's not going to strike until after Passover. Well, that was a lie, and I told you guys that was a lie. I told you they weren't going to wait until after Passover. So we have this potential Russian sub activity off the coast of the U.S. We had a nuke sniffer plane flying off the East Coast all afternoon here. Okay, back and forth, up and down, which is very unusual for there to be a nuke sniffer on the East Coast flying along the shoreline like that. You see how it flew from Florida all the way up to Cape Cod. That's extremely rare. Okay, let me make that bigger so you guys can see what I'm talking about more easily. Okay, so these sub hunters, they usually don't fly off the East Coast. They usually fly like near Taiwan, or they fly usually like around Korea. They fly a lot like in the Sea of Japan and places around Korea, or they fly around Taiwan, or sometimes you'll see them near Alaska. Those are usually where you see these nuke sniffers. You don't usually see them on the East Coast of the U.S. In fact, this might be the first time I've ever seen a nuke sniffer flying along the East Coast like this, up and down the East Coast. I mean, it basically flew parallel to the entire eastern coast of the U.S. from Florida all the way up to Massachusetts, and then it turned around and came back the same way. That's unusual, guys. So this plane was scanning the East Coast. It was checking for nuclear-powered vessels. These nuke sniffer planes can measure radiation in the atmosphere, and from what I understand, they can also detect the presence of nuclear-powered submarines and nuclear-powered vessels as well. They can detect them with various types of instruments, similar to like what the sub hunters have, the P8s, you know, similar capability. And then we had multiple P8 Poseidon sub hunters also. So very, very concerning. Okay, very concerning. So I'm just monitoring the situation here. I want to see what develops from this. Yeah, if you guys could hit the thumbs up button, that would be great. If you guys get a chance, hit the thumbs up button. Aussie Angel, thank you for the donation. Hi, Greg. Thanks so much for everything you do. You are a diamond in the rough. Your information and sources are impeccable. Much love. Thank you, Aussie Angel. I appreciate that. And David Wilder, thank you for the donation. God is watching over Israel. CNN is covering it now. Wow. Ben N, thank you for the donation. Ben says, we are at war with Russia. Greg, you are correct. The enemies are conspiring against us and we are being led to the slaughter. Yeah, there's a new alliance of countries that are against America, against Israel. There's a new alliance. It's the Magog alliance. If you read the Bible, it's the Magog alliance. It's Russia, Israel, not Israel, what am I saying? Russia, Iran, China, you know, all those countries conspiring to get against the U.S. and against Israel. So we know that Russia has provided weapons to Iran in the past. It's possible they gave them nuclear weapons. We know that Russia has provided weapons for Syria. You know, so this is like the Magog alliance here. The Bible is very clear when it says that Russia will attack Israel in the latter days. I'm not saying that Russia's going to attack Israel now, but it seems like it's building up to that, you know. Teresa Goner, thank you for the donation, Teresa Goner. Bree says teeth are sinking in. Schizo says, Greg, question please. I've been prepping a lot, but I have nowhere to go. What would you suggest? What do you mean nowhere to go? Like, you mean like a bug out location or something like that? Yeah, I would say you have to be realistic. If you're going to be bugging out, you have to be realistic. You know, can you actually realistically get to that bug out location, you know, in a short amount of time without, you know, getting ambushed or some weather getting in the way? Like if it's winter time and you have a bug out location in the mountains, you know, a lot of people do that. They buy a vacation home somewhere in the mountains and they think, oh, I'm going to bug out to my vacation home in the mountains. Well, if SHTF happens in December or January, February, how are you going to get to that bug out location in the mountains? You're not going to be able to. The roads are going to be covered in snow. Unless you have snowmobiles, you're not going to be able to get there. You know, so you got to think realistically. If you're going to be looking to build a bug out location or something, that would be the first thing I would do is think realistically. Yeah, yesterday was the Ayatollah Khomeini's birthday. Or, oh no, it was today. Yeah, it was today. The 19th, right. It was today. Today was the leader of Iran's birthday. And so, yeah, we have multiple nuclear war command and control planes in the air. You can see Iraqi airspace is still very thin. There's not a lot of flights over Iraq right now. Let me just show you guys. You can see here that there's not a lot of flights over Iran right now. I mean, the whole country of Iran has like probably 20 planes right now. So that's a red flag. That means that, Iran has basically like shut their airspace. So, regardless of what Iran said yesterday, oh, we reopened our airspace. We reopened our airports. That's a lie, because if they did, you would have more than 20 planes all day over Israel or over Iran. Only 20 planes over Iran all day long. So that's very unusual. So we're hearing now that this attack on the Iraqi base that had the Iranian proxies is now over. There are many dead, is what we're hearing. There are many dead. We don't know the exact number just yet. Initial reports are that there are as many as 8 IRGC members that have been killed. A senior Iraqi official said that the base of the Iran-backed Hasht al-Shabi in the south of Baghdad was most likely hit by Israeli warplanes. So some kind of base of the Hasht al-Shabi group, I guess, in the south of Baghdad. We're hearing that there are serious losses being reported. I'm hearing as many as 8 right now. The U.S., Israel, and Iran provided different reports of what happened last night. They contradicted each other. Yep, that's exactly right. I was about to upload a video, like a video summary of everything, and I couldn't even do that. Just like yesterday, I was in the process of uploading a video, and then all of a sudden, something goes down. It's like, it's crazy. I haven't posted a video in days because of this. Always happening in the evening time. How can you prep if you're on meds? That's a good question. Make sure you have a stockpile of meds and keep them on hand. Yeah, so much for de-escalation. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean the U.S. was saying, "Oh, this is going to end, this phase of conflict between Iran and Israel is over." That's what the Biden administration said today, well, that's obviously BS. We know that that's a lie. So I got the EAMs going. I got the radio on, and we'll see if there's any EAMs that come in. See if there's any EAMs that come in tonight. There was a flurry of EAMs earlier. So So what about the Russian sub? Yeah, there's something off the East Coast. There's something off the East Coast because there's a nuke sniffer that was airborne this afternoon off the East Coast. So, and there was also several sub hunters this afternoon off the East Coast. So you're gonna probably hear a lot of stuff from the mainstream media. The mainstream media is gonna try to tell you that, oh, this round of escalation is over. You know, we don't have to worry anymore. This round of escalation between Israel and Iran is over, and that's not true because if you look at the Bible, if you read the Bible, if you're a Christian, if you're not a Christian, then you probably don't believe it, but the Bible says that this is only going to keep escalating, that this is just going to keep getting worse and worse. What we're seeing now is the beginning stages of more war, you know, and eventually leading up to a big war in the Middle East between Russia and its allies in the Middle East against Israel. So escalation is bound to happen, okay? It's unavoidable. It's biblical. Okay, what we're witnessing in the last 48 hours is just the beginnings. This is just the beginnings, okay? It's only going to escalate from here on out. I do expect Iran to launch some type of a response. When that response is, I have no idea. What kind of response that's going to be, I have no idea. But, you know, the Bible says that this is all bound to happen. And it's only going to just keep getting worse and worse, you know, so... you know, the mainstream media, they're going to try to tell you that, oh, everything is fine. You don't have to worry anymore. You know, the Israelis they're not going to strike the nuclear sites, and Iran is not going to strike back because it was a small strike. So there's no point for them to strike back. But, we know from the Bible that escalation is inevitable, you know. So just keep preparing, you know, prepare your soul, you know, make sure that you're getting right with God, and, you know, prepare yourself physically as well. Make sure you have food, water, means of self-defense. So... Just checking to see if there's any headlines here. Any new headlines? So we have U.S. Central Command. U.S. Central Command has posted on Twitter that the reports of the U.S. conducting airstrikes in Iraq are untrue. The U.S. is denying that they conducted airstrikes in Iraq. So this was definitely at least Israel. Okay, but U.S. Central Command is denying any involvement in this strike. Okay. The U.S. Army, the U.S. Military Central Command, U.S. Military Central Command is saying they were not involved in this strike. Okay, so we're hearing that the kaboom happened at the headquarters of the Popular Mobilization Forces at the Kalsu military base. The Kalsu military base is that apparently the base that got hit. So we have some breaking news. The Iranian proxies are now evacuating all of their bases in the region. We're also hearing that many drones belonging to the U.S. Army are now flying over Iraq. Multiple drones, American drones, are flying over Iraq right now, probably providing surveillance and reconnaissance. So this happened at the Kalsu military base in Babylon in Iraq. That's what we're hearing. The Kalsu base. So reports about American aircraft over Iraq are fake. That's what we're hearing. It's not true. That's what we're hearing so far. That's what the U.S. is saying. The U.S. is saying that it's fake, so... So this could put Iran over the edge. This could push Iran over the edge. They may decide, okay, now we have to strike because they took out one of our major proxies, you know. So they may decide to strike now. So we'll find out soon if there's any response from Iran, because it's still nighttime over there. So if Iran responds, we'll find out very soon. Right, it's all part of God's plan. Exactly, it's all a part of God's plan. What's the U.S. role in this? Oh, I'm sure the U.S. probably provided surveillance and reconnaissance information. I have no doubt. I'm sure that the U.S. was involved in planning. I'm sure they were involved in, you know, surveillance, reconnaissance information being provided to the Israelis. So, yeah, I'm sure that the U.S. is involved or has been involved. Yeah, this is happening right now. Yeah, this is happening right now. So... So we could have Russian submarines off the east coast. We have unusual unusual activity today off the coast of the U.S. So we could potentially have Russian subs off our coast now. There was this interesting flight to Cuba the other day. We had a Russian plane go to Cuba. There was also a Russian plane in Venezuela. So
this is mainsail with a test count. 2, 3,
Testing.
1,
2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is mainsail with a test count out.
we just had a test count for the U.S. nuclear forces. So we'll see. If we start hearing the emergency action messages again, it could mean that something's about to happen. There was a small flurry of messages earlier this afternoon, about 3 hours ago, or 4 hours ago, actually. There was a flurry of messages. So we'll have to wait and see if... let's see, we have a statement here from the Joint Coalition Forces in the Middle East. Operation Inherent Resolve is saying that coalition forces did not participate in strikes in Iraq. We are monitoring reports of an incident in Jerf al-Sakar and remain prepared to support our Iraqi partners. Okay, so the U.S. is denying any involvement. The U.S. is saying that they are not involved. There was also some kind of a battle in Donetsk today. Ukrainian paratroopers apparently attacked Russian forces in eastern Ukraine. The 79th Air Assault Brigade of the Ukrainian forces has successfully destroyed 314 units of Russian equipment in the Novo-Mikhailivka area of Donetsk Oblast over a 6-month period. This significant achievement comes as Ukrainian paratroopers engaged in fierce battles against Russian forces, contributing to the ongoing demilitarization of the Russian army. So there was something going on in Donetsk in eastern Ukraine today. There was a battle in Novo-Mikhailivka in Donetsk, and there was an airborne assault or something. So the Ukrainians are having these little victories here and there, but it's not going to change the outcome of the war unless Ukraine gets a massive amount of equipment or some kind of advanced equipment. It's not going to change the outcome. So yeah, we're hearing that there's multiple casualties in Iraq right now. You know, this could cause an escalation. You know, this could cause Iran to finally say, you know what, let's pull the trigger. Let's launch this massive strike on Israel. If they were debating it today because they weren't sure if they wanted to strike back or not, because it was a limited strike by the Israelis, they only hit like one base. Now with this happening, they may decide to launch their strike, you know. You know, the Iranian foreign minister clearly said Iranian interests, not just Iran. If Israel participates in any adventurism against Iranian interests in the region, there would be a massive response. So this is an Iranian interest, you know. These bases they have in Iraq, you know, these proxies, this is one of their interests, so to speak. So Shannon James says, I personally saw a stratotanker on and off radar right over Baghdad. Oh yeah, they fly over that area all the time. Yeah, because the US can operate freely inside of Iraq. You know, Iraq is like, it's almost like an American province, you know. They can operate all they want in Iraq. It's, you know, they always fly refuelers there. They fly all the time, drones, fighter jets. So you're not receiving the live notifications. How many of you guys received a notification today for this live stream? Let me know. It's possible that you didn't get a notification because I might have gone live too much in the last 24 hours. YouTube usually, so a lot of people said they did, a lot of people said they didn't. Okay. So kind of a toss-up. Okay, yeah. YouTube is kind of weird like that. Okay, so kind of a mix. I did, I didn't. Okay. Yeah, unfortunately, I wish there was some better way I could notify you. You know, I have on my website, you can sign up for newsletters. The only thing is I have on my website, I can only send out notifications to like 1,000 people or 2,000 people. And if I have like 100,000 subscribers, it would cost me so much money just to send out like an email blast to everybody. You know, I have like a quota of how many email blasts I can send out, how many recipients, you know, and if I wanted to send out email blasts, I would tell you guys sign up for my newsletters and stuff, but there's like a quota for that, so I got to research how much that would cost me to up the quota so I could have you guys, you could sign up for my email alerts, and because right now it's like a max of like 2,000 people I can send out those alerts to. And beyond that, it's like it goes up a lot more exponentially. The more people you want to send emails to, it costs a lot more. But I have to look into that if I want to increase the number of email blasts, because then I could just have you guys sign up for my newsletters and then I can send out email blasts if there's something very serious. But with the amount of people, the following that I have now, it's like unfeasible. I have to research that more, but yeah, don't rely on the YouTube notifications or any social media company, you know, whether it's Twitter, Telegram, YouTube, Facebook, whatever. You can't rely on them, you know, because they're in the business of making money, you know. They're not in the business of sharing out the truth, and they don't care about that. They care about the money, you know. These social media giants, they make a ton of money. And so, you know, they don't care about necessarily notifications and stuff like that. It's not in their interest, really. They don't care. Grace Danley says, I check every couple of hours. Okay, thank you. Crystal says, I was just checking your page the other day. Yeah, I know a lot of you guys check my page, so I'm not trying to like attack anybody or anything like that. You know, I'm sorry if it came across that way. I'm just saying, for the people that don't check my page periodically, you should do so. I would recommend you check my channel like once a day at the end of the day. You know, before you go to bed or something, check my channel, see what videos I posted and catch up on them, you know, once a day. You know, maybe at night when you're done with all your errands and everything. I usually post like 2 videos a day. So if you don't see anything from me for like 24 hours, it's pretty unusual. Even if there's no breaking news going on, I have other videos that I post, like hunting videos, outdoor stuff. So I'm always posting something, you know. But, you know, people have been saying that they have a hard time finding me on YouTube, and I don't know why that's happening. Patty says I check NYPrepper 2 to 4 times a day. Thank you, Patty. I appreciate that. Thank you very much for doing that. Yeah, a lot of people have been telling me that if you type in NYPrepper on YouTube, my channel doesn't show up. And I actually tried it today and it doesn't show up at all. It's crazy. So what you need to do to find my channel is you have to type at NYPrepper, the at symbol, like when you're writing an email like Gmail at gmail.com or something, or at yahoo.com. You need to put the at symbol in front of NYPrepper. That's my handle, like a YouTube handle, and it'll pull up my channel right away if you do that. Another thing too is you can just type in youtube.com/NYPrepper. That'll also take you directly to my channel. So, are they still sub-searching off the East Coast? Right now they don't appear to be. I don't see that they are, but I can double check. I don't see that they are right now, but earlier this afternoon we had this nuke sniffer here going back and forth along the East Coast. So J.J. Coffer says I found it under NYPrepper. Okay. NYPrepper. Okay. Or you can type NYPrepper emergency alert. Okay. Can I fix the settings so iPhone users can get memberships? I don't think there's anything I can do about that. I don't know if there's anything I can do about it. I'd have to see, but I don't think I can do anything about that. I'm sorry. I don't think YouTube allows me. Steph, the Army vet, how's it going? We're getting reports that the chat over here on my channel is having issues. We're getting reports that my chat is having issues right now, so if any of you guys are having some problems with the chat, it looks like there could be another YouTube glitch going on. Just so you guys are aware. The YouTube app keeps our main subscribers right at the top. If you click subscriptions and are subscribed to NYPrepper, it should show at the top. Yeah, it keeps all your main subscriptions. That's right. Keeps all your main subscriptions in the YouTube app. You should have like a list of all the ones you're subscribed to. Someone was asking if I have a Discord. Yeah, I do have a Discord. It's just I haven't used it in so long, so I don't know if it even works anymore. But yeah, I had a Discord years ago when COVID happened. I set up a Discord. There was a really nice guy from India that was a subscriber of mine, and he was really good with technology, and he set up the whole Discord server for me. He was a really nice guy from India. I haven't seen him in a while, but yeah, I do have a Discord. I just don't know if it even still works. I'm sure it still does. I just don't have any moderators like actively, monitoring it. So let me see here. I think there's a link in the description. Is there? No. There is no Discord link. That's weird. Yeah, I'll have to find the link to the Discord. Jennifer Rhodes says, I have an iPhone and there's no problems. Cowboy's wife says, NYPrepper lives is how my husband found it. Okay. Israel says they're not involved. Interesting. Cinder Blockage says, I live in a good bug out spot, but would take in a fellow prepper mindset person if they were a good marksman. That is all I am missing. So let me just check if there's any updates here. Shosho says, I appreciate all you do. Thank you, Shosho. That's very nice of you. Janice Cash says, greetings from Arkansas. Greg, thanks for all your help with the weapon training. I'm on gun number 2. I am a 66-year-old granny. Oh, that's really cool, Janice. I'm glad that I was able to help you out. Maybe the Kurds did it. No, I don't think the Kurds have the capabilities to do that. Yeah, the Kurds don't have the capabilities to do something like this. So, yeah, I don't think it was the Kurds. We do have 3 nuclear war command and control planes in the air, which is pretty unusual for so late in the evening on a Friday. So it's possible that this could escalate now. We have 3 nuclear war command and control planes, so our nuclear forces are basically on alert. They're ready. Let me just check and see if there are any updates on this situation. Looks like a massive strike, though. You can see the footage here. I mean, it's just insane. There's more footage I can't share because, you know, YouTube is very sensitive, but there's more footage. Let me see. I think I can actually look on the Google Earth and we can look at this base here. Yeah, this is the Kalsu military base. We're hearing Iranian and Russian sources claiming that this was American strikes, but America is denying it. So Hamas seems to be in the U.S. now under the guise of protesters who claim they are Hamas. Yeah, I'm sure that Hamas has infiltrated the U.S. I have no doubt that they infiltrated the U.S. for sure. Yeah, I have no doubts. And we have to also be on alert for attacks here on the homeland. You know, our military bases are still on force protection Charlie. Okay, our bases, as far as I know, our bases are still on Force Protection Charlie. Force Protection Charlie is like the second highest force protection level in the Army. The only thing higher is Delta, and Delta literally means that there's an ongoing attack on our bases. So we're still at Force Protection Charlie, from what I understand. Wow, Julie Bratcher, thank you for gifting 50 memberships. Thank you so much. Thank you for gifting 50 memberships. Could you please unsuspend Tlavery from the forum? Yes. I don't know if I'll be able to do it right now. Mrs. Tlavery. Okay, I'll see if maybe you got banned by accident or timed out or something. Yo Daddy, thank you for the donation. I'll check my email. Yo Daddy, thank you again for another donation. Gospel Tracts Love says, God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have everlasting life. Thank you, Gospel. I appreciate that. That was nice. Thank you for sharing that. Darth Hawk Gaming, thank you for the donation. I think Israel only wants to hurt the bully so the bully will back off. It's very clear now in a major conflict between Israel and Iran that Iran is at a severe disadvantage. Thanks for your work, Greg. Yeah, for sure. I agree. Israel definitely doesn't want to escalate the situation. They want to just get Iran to back off with their proxies, Hamas, and all these others. So I totally agree. Phil Patriza, thank you for the donation. I really appreciate it. Thanks, mate. Your hard work is much appreciated. We knew this was coming. Stay strong and stay safe. Thank you, Phil. I appreciate it. Yeah, we knew this was coming. Tracy Ovate, thank you, Tracy, for the donation. I hope you're having a good Friday night. And Not Bob Saget, thank you for the donation. Aaron Worley, thank you for gifting 20 memberships. Kifsan says, Lee says that Gog and Magog aren't Russia. Okay, interesting. I didn't know. I don't know who Lee is. I don't know who you're referring to. We are at war with Russia. But yeah, Russia is Gog and Magog. Russia is Gog and Magog. That's in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 38 and 39. Magog is Russia, and Gog is the leader of Russia. And in the latter days, they form an alliance, and they attack Israel. What is the talk with a submarine off the East Coast? Yeah, we had a lot of sub-hunter planes off the East Coast yesterday, and then today we had a nuke sniffer. So there must be some kind of sub off the East Coast. Because I've never seen a nuke sniffer off the East Coast of the U.S. I've never seen a nuke sniffer fly parallel to the East Coast. So there must be something out there. Folkwin Lothbrock. Thank you, Earth Angel, for deleting that message. Rodney Middleton, thank you for dealing with the trolls. I appreciate it. We have some insider information here. Insider information. Apparently, the Wisconsin National Guard is getting ready to deploy to Europe. The Wisconsin National Guard has received orders to prepare for a massive deployment to Eastern Europe. Apparently, the entire 32nd Infantry Division of the Wisconsin National Guard, the Red Arrow, is going to be deploying to Europe. This will include artillery, infantry, and a full combat sustainment brigade and Seaburn anti-drone and electronic warfare units. The division has been given priority for pre-deployment training with a focus on fighting a near-peer foe of Eastern European descent. There's going to be a focus of training in urban areas as well as with trench warfare. Wow. So the Wisconsin National Guard 32nd Infantry Division, let me see, is it 32nd or 132nd? It's either 32nd Infantry or 132nd Infantry from the Wisconsin National Guard. The Red Arrow is going to be doing training and preparing for a massive deployment. And the training is going to be focusing on a near-peer foe of Eastern European descent. There's going to be training in urban and trench warfare. Okay, so looks like things are going to really spiral out of control in Europe soon. We have the Middle East now, but we also have Europe that we got to think about. Okay? If Russian subs are off the East Coast, why isn't America investigating it? Well, yeah, they are investigating it. That's why they're sending the plane. The plane is to investigate the sub. So, yeah, they are investigating it. But those subs are in international waters. There's nothing we can do about it. There's nothing we can do about subs in international waters. They're not in our territorial waters. They're in our international waters. So there's nothing we can do about it. So, Jimmy Rance, happy anniversary to you and your wife, Jimmy. Happy anniversary to you and your wife. The National Guard is not supposed to be living the States. That's not true. The National Guard always deploys overseas. I don't know where you get that information from. The National Guard always deploys overseas. There's entire National Guard units that exist just to do overseas missions. A lot of special ops National Guard units are in like a lot of the special forces units in the National Guard. That's all they do is they go to Africa and different countries around the world. You know that guy Tim Kennedy, the MMA fighter? I'm sure a lot of you guys know who he is. He's in a National Guard Special Forces battalion right now. And they deploy all over the world. So that's not true. Mrs. Tlavery says the streaming service would likely give you your own channel so you are not censored. Sent a Patreon message from Terry. Would love to chat with you and I can email additional information. Oh yeah, that would be awesome. Terry Avery, thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna check my Patreon messages. The 32nd Red Arrow is so yeah. Yeah, to Poland, probably to Poland. Let me show you guys what happened last night in Poland. I did a whole video on this. I was about to release it, and then this happened. Let me show you Let me show you what happened in Poland last night. We had crazy reconnaissance over Poland last night. I mean, and Russia had an open skies treaty plane in the air, which is pretty strange. Wow, this is interesting. This is interesting. An Israeli official is denying that Israel was responsible for these strikes. An Israeli official is denying that Israel was involved in the strikes. That's so funny. Absolutely insane. Yeah, the National Guard was officially set up to protect Homeland soil. Yeah, for sure. Eric Johnson says, I was in the National Guard. We get deployed all the time. So, yeah, so I have inside information. I have inside information. I'm not going to name who this is, but I have inside information coming from someone in the military that the Wisconsin National Guard is going to be deploying the 32nd Infantry Division. The entire 32nd Infantry Division of the Wisconsin National Guard will be going over to Eastern Europe, and this includes their artillery, their infantry, a full combat sustainment brigade, sea-burn units, that's chemical, biological, radiological, nuclear, and anti-drone and electronic warfare units. So they're sending an entire division, okay, infantry division of the 32nd Wisconsin National Guard. That is absolutely insane. Okay, they're going over to Eastern Europe. Yeah, so this is the 32nd Infantry Brigade Combat Team. The 32nd Infantry Brigade Combat Team, the Red Arrow. Okay. This infantry division has a very long history going all the way back to World War I. But they're now going to be deployed into Europe. Okay. So, you know, this is very serious. Let me show you guys what happened last night over Poland. There was a lot of reconnaissance. See if I can do something here. So we still have very light traffic over Iraq tonight. Want to show you guys what happened last night over Poland. It was pretty interesting. Thanks to all the moderators for showing up again. I know the last couple of days has been crazy with these non-stop live streams. I promise that I don't plan to do any more over the weekend probably. Unless something happens, I probably won't do one just to take a break. I might just leave the stream up unattended and just kind of check on it periodically, but I'm not going to do anything over the weekend unless there's some escalation. So thank you guys so much for moderating the third night in a row. Actually, probably more. I think I streamed like almost every night this week. So thanks to all the moderators. You guys are awesome. Let me show you what happened last night here in Poland. Let's see. Oh wait, there's a fighter jet here. That was interesting. I didn't see that. That's interesting. some kind of fighter jet was over Warsaw. I just saw that now. Interesting. That's not too common. Okay. So check this out. This was pretty interesting. Last night, let me show you what happened last night. But it looks like Israel is now denying that they were involved in the strike on Iraq tonight, which is pretty interesting. So we had a lot of reconnaissance over Poland last night, some unusual reconnaissance. The most concerning thing last night over Poland was this Polish border guard plane that was flying right near the city of Brest in Belarus. And you can see that it was flying back and forth along the border of Belarus here near the city of Brest in Belarus. And what makes this so concerning is this is right where Russia moved like thousands of Russian troops. Last year or even the year before, they moved a ton of troops like right here. There's a big base over here. And they also set up air defenses here, S-400s. They also moved an artillery battalion here. So the Polish border guard was flying back and forth right in this area where all the Russian forces are staged at. So, you know, there's no other reason the Polish border guard would be flying here because there's nothing but like rivers here. There's one big river here. And usually the migrants that try to come into Poland, they don't try to go this way. But this is pretty interesting. And then also we had this NATO AWACS plane flying over northern Poland, which is quite unusual. It was just like looping there. And then in addition to that, we had this Russian open skies plane that flew all the way up to the close to the Finnish border here. The open skies planes are like recon planes. These planes were used by Russia when the U.S. and Russia had the open skies treaty. And the open skies treaty is just basically that, you know, we could fly over Russian nuclear bases and they could fly over our nuclear bases, our silo fields and so on. And basically see like how many silos we have, and it's basically for treaty verifications to verify that we're in compliance with the various treaties we signed with Russia, and then same thing with them to verify that they're in compliance as well. So we had the Open Skies Treaty, and so Russia and the U.S. had special planes that they would use when they would overfly these nuclear bases that had various types of sophisticated surveillance equipment, cameras, synthetic aperture radars. And so this Open Skies plane flew all the way up to the Finnish border near St. Petersburg, and it did a pass over here along the border with Finland. So that's pretty concerning. And then this activity here in Poland is pretty unusual. So it's no surprise that we're sending a National Guard battalion there to Eastern Europe. "4D chess." Someone's saying 4D chess. What's up with the donate button? I'm not sure what's wrong with the donate button. Thank you, Jacqueline James, for timing out David Lyons. Thank you very much. Iran, Israel, and Syria are being attacked. Again, let me double check and see what's going on. Pork Eating Crusader, thank you for the donation. I appreciate the donated memberships. Thank you very, very much. Really appreciate it. What's the top right? The top right is the base that got hit in this Israeli strike. Israel's denying that they did it, but we know it was Israel. They're denying, though, that they were involved. But, yeah, we need culinary. Charles and Christina says we need culinary. Yeah, culinary was the man. I have recordings from culinary from the other night. I have recordings. Someone said Julie gifted 50 memberships. Yeah, Julie Bratcher, thank you for gifting 50 memberships. That's so generous of you. Thank you very much. Pork Eating Crusader, thank you for the gifted memberships. Devin Awe, thank you for the gifted memberships. I appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. So yeah, we have breaking news. The Wisconsin National Guard is going to be deploying to Europe, and they're going to be doing trench warfare training and urban warfare training. The 32nd Infantry Division, the Red Arrow. So, that's pretty concerning. Let's just see what's going on right now. We do have this aerial refueler here that just took off from Qatar. We have some aerial refuelers over Saudi Arabia. Yeah, my chat is actually freezing up too. I think it's honestly because there's just so many people in the chat. My chat's also freezing up. So far EAMs are quiet. I haven't heard any EAMs. It's quieted down. Just going to check and see if there's any new news here. Let me see. Kurt Shanaman, thank you for the donation. U.S. Army veteran here, ready to serve some bacon-wrapped ice cream whenever needed. Thanks for sharing. And thanks for your sacrifices, and thanks for the donation. I really appreciate it. That's true. I had 14,000 last night and it was fine. Let's see, someone said that They were in the Wisconsin National Guard. Let's see, what did they say? Wisconsin 32nd is deploying. That's my old unit. Alpha Company out of Janesville. Interesting, Nick. Jennifer Doyle, good to see you. I hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Kinkoy says I'm having internet problems. Greg is working the keyboard. Yeah, you got to work the keyboard, when stuff's breaking like this. Yeah, 14,000 in the chat. That's the most I've ever had in a live stream. Yeah, it was last night. What happened to Nebraska? Are you talking about the EAM call sign from Wednesday night? Culinary. Let me check and see if there's any updates. Stand by 1 minute here. I'm just going to check some sources, see if we have any new news related to this whole situation. The Philippines has received some anti-ship missiles from India. The Philippines just received the BrahMos anti-ship missiles. Wow. The Philippines are arming up quite a bit. There's some massive flooding in Dubai. Wow. Massive flooding in Dubai. Let me see if I can share that with you. Absolutely insane. Let me see here. Someone, God's Soldiers mentioned Joel Osteen. That's funny. Joel Osteen. That's funny. There's massive flooding in Dubai. Good to see you, God's Soldiers. Connie Hill says I shared your channel on my Facebook page. Hope everyone sees it and watches. Thank you, Connie Hill. I appreciate it. Charles and Christina says I don't like the info of the sub offshore. Yeah, the sub offshore is very concerning. God Soldier says he shared a video of the flooding in Dubai and the UAE on his channel. Check him out, God Soldiers. Check him out, God Soldiers Watchman. So Israel is denying that there were any strikes. So very strange. The U.S. is denying it and Israel's denying it. Very weird. Terry Williams, wow, thank you for that generous donation. That's very nice of you. Thank you so much. Happy Friday. I hope you're having a good Friday. Thank you so much. Are we watching the East Coast for subs? Yes, we're watching the East Coast for subs. We're also checking to see if Culinary comes back again. Our buddy Culinary. Yeah, there was this nuke sniffer that flew along the East Coast earlier. So, this was in the afternoon. What's this? We have some kind of... Oh yeah, we have an aerial refueler out here. We have 3 nuclear war command and control planes in the air. One is out in the Atlantic, one over Arizona, and one is over the Midwest. So, on Wednesday night, I believe our nuclear forces were brought up to a high level of readiness. I believe that our missiles were armed on Wednesday night when we were following all those nuclear attack options, the EAMs that were being broadcasted. I personally believe that our military brought those bombers and Minuteman silos up to full arm and cocked pistol, and they were just waiting for orders to launch. That was not last night. That was 2 nights ago, the night before. So Timothy Baker, thank you for the donation. Active U.S. Navy here, being in that theater of the Red Sea on a carrier, informing you that is where our response would come from. We constantly dealt with Russian assets. Also, Iran also seized the cargo ship. Okay. Wow, so you were, so you're on a carrier right now in the Red Sea? So, Timot, we have a subscriber here who is actually on potentially the Eisenhower. I'm assuming you're on the Eisenhower. I'm assuming that you're on the Eisenhower. We have a viewer here from the U.S. Navy. Sounds like he's deployed over in the Red Sea, saying that the response would come from there. Yeah, if you need emergency food, freeze-dried food for your prepping supplies, use my link in the description below this video. You can get over 30% off of the My Patriot Supply emergency food. And also they have a general store. If you use my link, you get 30% off of their freeze-dried food. And then also if you go to their general store, when you click on that link, you click on the My Patriot Supply logo, and it takes you to their general store. And there's all kinds of discounts on potassium iodide, on survival seeds, emergency food, water filters, solar generators, all kinds of stuff. So use my link, preparewithnyprepper.com. If you're shopping around for emergency food or prepping items, check out my link. You'll get some pretty good solid discounts. Check the coast of Florida. There's a Nighthawk. Looks like they are onto something. Let me check that out. Oh yeah, that's right. Wow, look. Check this out, guys. We have a Sikorsky Nighthawk patrolling off the coast of Jacksonville now. This is the same area where we had a sub hunter 2 days ago. So that's really strange. Definitely not a coincidence. Really weird. Yeah, we have a Sikorsky Nighthawk. Good catch. Thank you for sharing that. Yeah, look, Sikorsky Nighthawk right here. Thank you, David Jones. I appreciate the information and the donation. Thank you. Someone said the gas prices went up 15 cents. Do I think a CB radio is good for communications for preppers? Yeah, CB radio is good to have, Jimmy. Good to see you, and happy anniversary. Yeah, I have some CB radios. They're really cheap. They can't hurt, With a ham radio, you can pick up a lot of the CB frequencies depending on your ham radio. Some of the lower quality ham radios, they may not pick up the CB frequencies, but if you get a good quality ham radio that has a wide range of frequency bands, you can pick up CB frequencies with a ham radio. So if you get a good quality ham radio, then you should be able to pick up the CB frequencies. You just have to check the ham radio when you're buying it if it can pick up the CB frequencies and transmit on them. Altitude is only 50 feet. Yeah, altitude is only 50 feet. Eric Johnson says we had Russian subs off our coast for years. Yeah, we have, but recently with everything going on, suddenly suddenly to have this going on is not a coincidence. Too close for a Russian sub. I don't know if that's. I mean, that's still outside of our territorial waters, right? Territorial waters would probably, that's probably a good 30 miles out. It's probably a good 30, 40, 50 miles out. So, no, the top screen is not from the volcanic eruption. It's from the strikes in Iraq. It's not from the volcanic eruption. Yeah, the altitude, you see it has the altitude here. It's flying 50 feet above sea level. So that's pretty strange, and it's covered a huge area. Even at one point it was flying 25 feet above sea level. Let's see what its speed is. It's flying at, let's see how many knots. Let's see. It's flying at like 70 knots, around 70 to 80 knots, 90 knots. So that's pretty slow for a helicopter. So it's moving kind of slower and very low. The only thing I can think of is maybe a ship sank over there, or maybe there's some drug smugglers with like a drug smuggling boat that they're looking for. I don't know. But this is the Navy. This is not the Coast Guard. So the Sikorsky Nighthawk is a U.S. Navy helicopter based off the U.S. Army Black Hawk. Let's see here. Let's see. So this particular model is the MH-60S. It is deployed aboard aircraft carriers, amphibious assault ships, maritime sea lift command ships, and fast combat support ships. Its missions include vertical replenishment, medical evacuation, combat search and rescue, anti-surface warfare, maritime interdiction, close air support, intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance, and special warfare. It has an airborne laser mine detection system for identifying submerged objects in coastal waters. Okay, wow. Okay, so yeah, there's something going on here. Look, it's right on Wikipedia. Look it up for yourself. The MH-60S is to deploy with the AQS-20A mine detection system and an airborne laser mine detection system for identifying submerged objects in coastal waters. Okay, so they have a laser that can, shoot down through the water and detect objects. So there's something there. There's something there. A P-8 is a sub-hunter plane. P8, yeah, there is a can opener. It's I think is it the P38 and the P51. Yeah, the can openers are the P38s and the P51s. Those are the military grade can openers. P38s and the P51s. The P51s are bigger. P38s are smaller. That's what you use to open the number 10 cans and like tuna cans. Let's just check on some of the earthquakes real quick. H60 off of Florida, flight pattern is too large to be a rescue mission. Yeah, they're covering a huge area. It doesn't make any sense. And they're flying very fast. And if they were doing a rescue mission, why would they just have one plane? Why wouldn't, or one helicopter? Wouldn't they have like multiple helicopters that would be in the area? And wouldn't it be the Coast Guard and not the Navy, you know? So yeah, that helicopter has some kind of like laser mine detection system that can detect objects underwater. So yeah, they're looking for something. John Hoover says you can get a base station and some handheld CB units, good for local communication. Yeah, that's true. You can get like a CB base station, and then you can get like a CB handheld unit, and that could be like you can have like a base station. And they also had a Grumman E2, but the transponders are off. Oh, interesting. Unless there's like an aircraft carrier in the region. I don't know if there's an aircraft carrier, but that's pretty interesting. Oh yeah, there's what's this? Looks like, oh yeah, and then there's also a sub hunter here. Look at that. Check that out. You see that? Yeah, we have a sub hunter. And this wow. Yeah, something's going on because that sub hunter is flying low. You can see by the color of its flight path that it's flying low. You see that? It's like a light green color. That means that it was flying pretty low. Wow. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, so something's going on here. And this is the same area. A few days ago, we had a sub hunter fly in this area in the same spot the other day. Let me see if I can. I have it saved here. Let me see if I can show you guys that. See if I can show you the P8 the other day. We also had the P8 off the coast of the Baja Peninsula. That was pretty weird. Hold on one sec here. Trying to show you guys, trying to go through my pictures. Okay, let me see if I can share that. So here's some pictures from this was yesterday, right before Israel launched their strike. Look at this. This was yesterday. We had 2 sub hunters off the US. We had one here that was looping off the coast of Virginia Beach. You can see it was going back and forth for all. This was all yesterday afternoon. So we had this sub hunter here off the coast of Virginia Beach yesterday afternoon. We also had one off the coast of, in the same area that the plane is that they're in right now. Okay, right off the coast of Jacksonville. Let me see if I can get the other picture here. Hold on. Here we go. So this was yesterday. Okay, you see this P8 here that was just looping. Let me make it bigger so you can see it better. So this was a P8 Poseidon sub hunter plane, and you can see it was looping back and forth. And this was yesterday afternoon, and now today, look where everything's going on today. We have this Sikorsky Nighthawk that has an airborne laser mine detection system that can identify basically underwater objects, you know, submerged mines and stuff. And look how it's covering a huge area. I mean, you see Jacksonville here. I mean, this is like a huge area that this and look what it's doing. It's doing like these kind of like almost like a what do they call that when you're doing reconnaissance? The like a fan pattern, you know, like you're doing like a search grid, you know, like if you're doing like reconnaissance and you're gathering intel on an area, you use your compass and you make like these fanning patterns, you know. You're kind of like doing like these big looping patterns to scan an area and see, you know, what's there, you know. And then here you have the sub hunter, okay, and this is literally in the same area as yesterday. Look at this sub hunter. This was like, it was there for like hours, you know, just looping back and forth in the same exact area, you know. I mean, it's just insane. And then we had this one here off the coast of Norfolk Naval Base. So something's brewing over here. Something's brewing. But I did get this email from someone. We have a viewer here in the Wisconsin National Guard saying that they may put boots on the ground in Europe. They may be putting boots on the ground in Europe from Wisconsin. Okay, the Wisconsin National Guard is going to be deploying to Europe. The 32nd Infantry Brigade is going to be putting boots on the ground in Europe. Okay, entire infantry brigade with artillery, tanks, sea burn, sustainment, all of it. But this is too much to be a coincidence, guys. For there to be a sub hunter in this area, right off the coast of Jacksonville yesterday, and then today. Look, this is today, and this is yesterday. There's today, and then there's yesterday. So, yeah, something's going on off our East Coast, but doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to strike or something right away. I don't know. But, it's definitely pretty concerning. So, Soil radio operator, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Let me see here. So we have some breaking news coming in. We have breaking news coming in that apparently the U.S. over-the-horizon radar is extremely active right now, which means that the U.S. is in a very defensive stance. Okay, the U.S. over-the-horizon radar, that's our early warning radar for our nuclear forces, is apparently very active. I'm going to see if I can turn on the radio so we can monitor it. Air raid alarms. Someone's saying air raid alarms. Someone said SEALs comment. Let me see. It's a Russian sub 37 miles off the coast. Let me check. Let me see what he's saying here. Let me see. So we have USN SEALs saying that we have Russian sub 37 miles offshore. Wow. So we have, I believe, U.S. SEALs is active duty. Are you active right now, U.S. SEALs, or you're retired? I can't remember. John Boy says, I'm hearing from locals that the 32nd is in training for the RNC in Milwaukee. Interesting. Earth Angel Anna says, this stuff makes me nervous. Yeah, it makes a lot of people nervous. Makes a lot of people nervous, for sure. Shirls, thank you for the donation, Shirls. Georgia Patriot Woman, thank you for the donation. Deidre Dennis, thank you for the donation. Please look at Unseal's posts. Okay, I'm going to check. Iconic Meerkat, thank you for the gifted memberships. So let me see. So USN SEALs is saying that we do have a Russian sub 37 miles offshore. U.S. SEALs is, I guess, either current or former Navy SEAL. Can anybody verify? Because I haven't been able to catch the chat. What's going on, New York Adventurer? Hope you're doing well. It's 37 miles off the coast of Jacksonville. Confirmed. Okay. Wow, so it's confirmed now. Yeah, so it's confirmed, see? It's confirmed. Yeah. Thanks for the info, Navy SEALs. Thank you very much. So yeah, we have confirmation that a Russian sub is off the coast of Florida, 37 miles. I'm going to see if I can put this radio frequency on so we can hear the over-the-horizon radar. Apparently the U.S. over-the-horizon radar is going off the hook, which means that we are now at a maximum defensive stance. Our early warning radars are on high alert, is what I'm hearing. I'm going to put this frequency on. Let me see here. Try to put this frequency on so we could listen to the over-the-horizon radar. So apparently that's our over-the-horizon radar right now, going crazy. Apparently we're in a maximum defensive stance. Our nuclear forces are in a maximum defensive stance. Our over-the-horizon radar is broadcasting. Let me let you listen. So that's our over-the-horizon radar, and it's currently on high alert. So it's not uncommon for Russian subs to be close, even 12 miles in. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say it's not uncommon, but it's not common. So we have nuclear forces broadcasting. So this is not good. We now have a Russian sub off the coast of Florida. And we have a U.S. over-the-horizon radar broadcasting. That's not good. Yeah, I wouldn't say Russian subs are always off the East Coast, not 24/7, 365. That's not true. They can't be 24/7, 365. Yeah, the radio frequency is 70.
With a test count, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Test count, count.
The frequency is 9035. 9035. 9035. That's the frequency. I'm still trying to get more information on this. This is just coming in right now. U.S. over-the-horizon radars are on high alert. I'm still trying to get more information on this. Stand by. One moment here. Let me actually. I'll actually share. See if I can actually share it. See here. I'm going to share the screen of the So that's our over-the-horizon radar. It's on right now. You can hear it. So that's our over-the-horizon radar. U.S. over-the-horizon radar is on high alert right now. You can actually hear it bleeding over on this frequency here. What you're looking at is actually the waterfall showing the over-the-horizon radar. They're warming up for culinary. Yeah, the frequency is 9035. 9035. So yeah, and we have this sub off the East Coast here, off of Florida. So our U.S. over-the-horizon radars are on right now. Okay. We have U.S. over-the-horizon radars that have just been turned on. So that means that we are on maximum alert right now. Let me see if I can turn it on again. I'm going to turn it on. It's a little bit annoying, so brace yourself. It's a little bit annoying, but this is the U.S. over-the-horizon radars that have now been turned on here in the U.S. We have over-the-horizon radars that are now turned on, bracing for potentially Russian missiles being launched. So that's the U.S. over-the-horizon radar broadcasting right now. And we have a Russian sub off of the coast of Florida. What's going on, Joe Romanino? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. CJ222 says Pennsylvania represent. Lee Billy, good to see you. Thank you for the info, USN SEALs. USN SEALs is confirming that we do have a Russian sub off of the eastern U.S. Just 37 miles off the coast of Florida, apparently. We have a U.S. sub hunter flying over here, and at the same time we have a Sikorsky Nighthawk. And this is really late at night for them to be up, you know, in the air. To see these planes in this area like this late at night is extremely weird. And then we also had this nuke sniffer plane that flew along the eastern U.S. Okay. So, you know, our nuclear forces are on high alert, guys. Our nuclear forces are on high alert. We also have multiple nuclear war command and control planes in the air. So it's a very serious situation going on right now. So for those of you guys just tuning in, we have some breaking news. Earlier this evening, we had Israel launch a strike on Iraq, and now we're monitoring a Russian sub that could be off the coast of Florida, and we have over-the-horizon radars broadcasting. U.S. over-the-horizon radars have been activated. So an over-the-horizon radar is a long-range radar that can reach out very far, and they can detect the presence of missiles being launched towards us. So the over-the-horizon radars have just been activated. So that's our over-the-horizon radar that's just been activated. Okay. So our missile forces are now on maximum alert. We also know that a Wisconsin National Guard unit is deploying to Europe. A Wisconsin National Guard is deploying to Europe. So we know that U.S. over-the-horizon radars have been activated. They usually don't use over-the-horizon radars unless there's something going on. They usually don't use over-the-horizon radars. So so this is pretty concerning. So just crazy last few days. I mean, it's just been absolutely insane. Yeah, I'm trying to stay as calm as possible because I really stressed myself out the last 2 days, you know, with all this stuff going on. So I'm trying to stay as calm as possible. Devin Aw says doing push-ups, pull-ups, air squats, full kit, PPP. What about the live feed of the kaboom in Iraq? Yeah, we're still covering the situation in Iraq. So far, it has quieted down. We have a Russian sub off of Florida. Potentially a Russian sub off of Florida. And we have over-the-horizon radars that have been activated now. So this is definitely a serious situation. So that's what the over-the-horizon radar sounds like. Okay, over-the-horizon radars are usually not active all the time. Only when something is going on, they turn them on. I'm not going to make you guys listen to that forever, but that's what it is. That's the over-the-horizon radar in the U.S. So let me see if I can show you where some of these over-the-horizon radars are located. Let me see here. I'll show you guys where some of these over-the-horizon radars are located at. So here we have Google Earth, and there's one in Cape Cod. So where is that one here? I think it's right here. Where's that thing? Here, no. See, I can't remember where that thing was. Oh yeah, right there. Okay, Cape Cod Air Force Station. This is one of our over-the-horizon radars. It's a massive radar, and it's right in Cape Cod. So here's one of our over-the-horizon radars. An over-the-horizon radar is a long-range radar. It's a long-range radar, and it's used to detect ballistic missiles. So if we were in a nuclear war, we need to be able to detect if there's any missiles going up from Russia. And normal radars, they can't detect that far because, you know, Russia's thousands of miles away. So these are special radars that are very powerful, and they can broadcast a signal all the way over to Russia. And if there's a missile coming up in the air, the radar signal would bounce back and we would be able to detect it. So they only turn these on if something is about to go down or if they're on high alert. And so we know that this thing, it could be this one here in Cape Cod, or it could be the ones on the West Coast or in Alaska. But basically, we know that it's turned on because the signal is bleeding over onto amateur radio frequencies, so you can actually hear the static from the radar being on, you know, because the radars are very powerful, so they interfere with radio frequencies. Now we also have some kind of a solar storm that's supposed to hit us, so it could be related to that potentially. I don't think so though, because if it's a solar storm, you don't get that like fuzz, you know. So yeah, we have a strong geomagnetic storm coming. We could see auroras potentially. Auroras could be over New York, northern Iowa to Washington State. Wow. So we could see auroras potentially. G3 geomagnetic storm levels were reached at approximately 1951 UTC time. Stronger or higher geomagnetic storm levels are expected to continue for the remainder of the 19th. So we're currently under a strong geomagnetic storm. There could be auroras. So if you live in the northern third of the U.S., you may want to go outside and look to the north and see if if you see any auroras. Unfortunately, here it's cloudy tonight, so I can't see anything. But yeah, we have this over-the-horizon radar that was apparently turned on today, so that's definitely not a good sign. So this is crazy, guys. This is absolutely insane. They're doing what we did the other night. Bluegrass says not worried about the sub. National Guard deployed overseas is not good. Yeah, so a viewer here, somebody who's actually in the National Guard, told me this, so we know it's legit. So we have someone in the Wisconsin National Guard, okay, I'm not going to name their name or what unit they're in, told me that the 32nd Infantry Brigade, the Red Arrows, or the Red Arrow, is going overseas to Europe. They're going to have a full-scale deployment. Okay, this is it's a full-scale deployment, okay? So, you know,
last calling station, this is main. Last calling station, this is main cell on 11175. Say again your last over.
we have nuclear forces broadcasting now again. See if they go wild again like the other night.
Forming a radio check. I'll copy transmission on 11175. Radio maintenance, this is main cell. I have your loud and clear. How me over? I have you loud and clear.
So, John Hoover just sent some pictures. Somebody said that a jet was shot down in Ukraine. I heard that a jet was shot down. Is it culinary? Yeah, it could be a culinary. Oh, air raid alert in Ukraine. Okay, I'll check the map. I'll check that. Let me see. John Hoover sent me a map of the, I guess, air raids. The chat is going so fast. I don't see, where did John Hoover send me that map of alerts? Yeah, it did sound like culinary, yeah. It did sound like culinary. Where did John send that to me? Did he send it to my email? Or, I'm trying to find it here.
Main sail, reach 901 on 1175.
Main sail, reach 901 on 1175, radio check.
Hold on one sec, guys. Give me 1 sec here.
Last calling station, last calling station.
Last calling station, last calling station. This is the mainsail. Getting you out.
Hold on, guys. 1 sec.
Last calling station. Last calling station. Please say again your last. Over.
So that's the over-the-horizon radar that's been activated now. I'm going to check the email for what John sent to me. So we have a follower here in the channel saying that the Wisconsin National Guard is going over to Europe. The Wisconsin National Guard Infantry Brigade is going over to Europe with everything, tanks, artillery, sustainment, everything. We have potentially, well, it's actually been confirmed now, a Russian sub off the coast of Florida. Check this out. It's still this Sikorsky Nighthawk is still out here. Look at the flight patterns here. It's just looping over here. We have the U.S. over the horizon radar broadcasting right now on amateur frequencies. We had Israel just launched a strike on Iraq. Apparently we have an air raid alert for Ukraine right now. Let me pull that up on the screen. Let me get the air raid alert on the screen here. Ukraine is under an air raid alert. You see here, air raid map. So we have Ukraine under air raid alert right now. Let me see if I can get that up on the screen. Air raid alert in Ukraine. Let me see if I can get any updates on that for you guys. But yeah, there's the air raid alert. We also have an Aurora Borealis coming down here to the lower 48 tonight. If you live in the northern tier of the U.S., you might see an aurora tonight. If you have clear skies, look to the north. We have a strong G3 geomagnetic storm. Aldo Schmedak, how's it going? Good to see you. Israel did attack Iraq. Yes, Israel attacked Iraq. They targeted an IRGC base. We have the moderator here, USN SEALs, is confirming that we do have a Russian sub off the eastern U.S. Z Cali, thank you for staying alive. I wonder if Culinary is a good cook. Yeah, I wonder also if Culinary is a good cook. Yeah, me too. That's funny, yeah. I wonder if he's a good cook. Yeah, Ukraine shot down a bomber. They also destroyed a Russian early warning radar outside of Moscow 2 days ago. Angela Dunn, what's wrong, Angela Dunn? What's the matter? Tiffany Hartman said watch the second video I sent. Okay. I'll definitely do that. Hold on, guys. We have a lot of things happening right now, so I'm trying to sort everything out. We have an over-the-horizon radar that just got turned on here in the U.S. We have an air raid alert, an unusual air raid alert in Ukraine right now. And according to our local Ukrainian expert, John Hoover, who happens to actually be in Ukraine right now, he's an American in Ukraine right now. He's very concerned about this air raid alert, saying that there's very strange tactical air symbols that he's never seen before with this air raid alert. We know Ukraine shot down a Russian bomber the other night, and they also destroyed a Russian early warning radar. So Russia might be pissed off. Apparently Russian fighter jets are flying over Ukraine. Russian fighter jets are flying over Ukraine right now, which is pretty unusual. It's pretty unusual to have Russian fighter jets over Ukraine. Apparently they're launching glide bombs. So, from what I'm hearing from John Hoover is a subscriber of mine. He is a friend of mine too, and he's an American, former Texas Marshal, and he has volunteered in Ukraine as a medic over the last 2 years of the war. He goes there periodically, and he's saying that tonight there's some type of an air raid alert in Ukraine that's very unusual. And the reason why it's unusual is because there's Russian fighter jets that are actually flying into Ukrainian airspace, which is not that common anymore. That was really just in the beginning of the war. They were flying into Ukrainian airspace, but for them to fly into Ukrainian airspace now, it's pretty unusual. So this is pretty concerning. Let me check and see what the headlines are about this, see if there's any information trickling in on social media. Angela Dunn, the other night when I was talking about moderators not being able to ban people, I didn't mean like every single moderator. I was mostly doing that the other night because we had 14,000 people in the chat, and when there's that many people, sometimes it's hard to determine if somebody's worth banning or not, and sometimes mistakes can be made. So I wanted to just temporarily suspend banning and just time people out, because there were a lot of people that have been sending me emails saying that they don't know why they were banned, and it's not easy for me to unban people, you know. And so sometimes, just for the sake of not making mistakes with that many people in the chat, I just temporarily figured it would be best just to time people out. You know, you can time someone out up to 24 hours, you know, just because I was getting a lot of complaints from random people that they were not sure why they got banned, you know. And I've had a few incidents in the last week or so where regulars on my channel were getting banned. So that's why I instituted that temporary rule, you know. It wasn't meant to undermine anybody or anything like that. It's just when the chat is so busy, I find that I think it's better to time people out instead of ban them, because things are moving so fast, and sometimes you see one comment that somebody makes, and maybe the comment is misunderstood or whatever, and then you ban someone for that one comment, and maybe, you know, they said something by accident or it was misunderstood, and then it's hard for me to unban because I have to search through 800 people or 1,000 people that have been banned already, and YouTube doesn't alphabetize all the people that have been banned. So it's not easy for me to search through 800 people and find someone that gets banned, you know. So I would rather not ban someone unless you absolutely have to, and you know for sure that this is like some serious troll, you know, that's like, you know, clearly a troll, because it's not easy to unban people because YouTube doesn't provide like a list, a nice easy list that I can search through, you know, alphabetically and unban people. So if I have like by now I probably have 1,000 people that have been banned over the course of the last 7 years, and to go through that whole list, it's just very difficult, if not impossible, you know. So that's why I said that. It wasn't to try to undermine anybody or anything like that. Miller Pebble says, great to see the channel getting the deserved views, my friend. Thank you, Miller Pebble. I appreciate it. So for those of you guys just tuning in, I wasn't going to go live tonight, but we have a lot of stuff going on. So first, we had Israel strike Iraq. And Israel struck Iraq. They hit some Iranian proxy facilities in Baghdad. And apparently there's been massive casualties by the Iranian proxies now have massive casualties. So obviously Iran is not going to be happy about that. And now we have news that there's a Russian sub off the coast of the U.S. You can actually see here this U.S. Sikorsky Nighthawk helicopter flying a search grid pattern off the coast of Jacksonville, just like 30 miles offshore. And we also have this sub hunter, P-8 Poseidon, that was in this area earlier, like literally just 2 hours ago at the same time as this guy was in the air. And then earlier this afternoon, we had a nuke sniffer flying along the eastern U.S., up and down the eastern U.S., and it was flying really low. So that's pretty unusual also. I've never seen a nuke sniffer fly here off the eastern U.S. And so we have, looks like a Russian sub off the coast somewhere, maybe over here off the coast of Florida. I don't know. But we have this nuke sniffer that was in the air also. Yesterday we had a sub hunter flying really low in the same area as this Sikorsky Nighthawk is flying today. Okay, so something's going on off the eastern U.S. And on top of that, we have an over-the-horizon radar here in the U.S., or multiple over-the-horizon radars that have been turned on. So and how do we know that the over-the-horizon radars are on? Is because they're bleeding over onto the amateur radio frequencies, which I can play for you right now. So that annoying buzzing sound is an over-the-horizon radar. Okay, that's an early warning radar for our missiles. Okay, that's how they detect missiles coming in. Okay, or over-the-horizon radar. It's a long-range radar. And then now we have a Ukraine air raid alert. And the air raid alert is concerning because apparently Russian fighter jets are now flying into Ukrainian airspace, which the Russians have not flown into Ukrainian airspace for a long time. They don't fly into Ukrainian airspace anymore. They just launch missiles. So something is going on. So I'm going to check and see what's going on with Ukraine right now. Let me just see what the latest is. We have footage of the airstrikes in Iraq. I just can't share them here on YouTube. There's also a state of emergency that has been declared in Goose Bay. Wow, Goose Bay is one of the very important bases in Canada. Wow, that's not good. Goose Bay is a very, very important base in Canada. That's pretty concerning. Yeah, Goose Bay, Canadian Forces Base, Goose Bay. Goose Bay is considered to be a forward operating location used by Canadian F-18s, and it also has a long-range radar there. They also host multinational squadrons from the UK, France, Germany, and the Netherlands. Wow. Wow, that is crazy timing, guys. Wow. So we have this fire at Canadian Forces Base Goose Bay. Okay, Goose Bay is one of the main fighter jet bases for the Canadian Air Force. And they host multinational air squadrons there. So pretty interesting. Hudson Valley Prepping and Survival says, I just got in from ham radio class. What's the latest? I just explained the latest, but essentially we have a Russian sub that could be off the East Coast. We have an over-the-horizon radar that just got activated. So the reason we know it got activated is you can actually hear it on some of the frequencies, and we have it turned on right now. It's like a weird, like fuzzy noise. So this over-the-horizon radar is broadcasting. It's not broadcasting. It's interfering. It's interfering with the aeronautical band. Okay, and that means that our military is on high alert for something. If they turned on the over-the-horizon radars, that means that, something could happen soon. So they turn the over-the-horizon radars on. So that's the over-the-horizon radar. So our over-the-horizon radar has been turned on. Israel struck some Iranian proxies today. They hit a major base for some Iranian proxies. There's heavy casualties being reported. We also have an air raid alert in Ukraine, an unusual air raid alert involving Russian fighter jets. The over-the-horizon radar is for detecting Russian nuclear missiles. That's what it's used for. So it's a very powerful radar that can detect Russian missiles going up into space from Siberia, okay, thousands of miles away. It's a very, very powerful radar, basically. So we just turned that radio on. Normally that radio, or not radio, it's a radar. We just turned that radar on. Normally it doesn't always operate, especially during peacetime. They don't usually turn the over-the-horizon radars on. They usually have satellites. We have a satellite network that can detect if anything is about to launch or whatever. And then we have Doppler radars that are shorter range. But if something could go down, they activate the over-the-horizon radar. So if, let's say, Russia did launch missiles at us, we could use the over-the-horizon radars in conjunction with the satellites to be able to better calculate a time when the missiles are going to hit and where they're going to hit, to be able to calculate a trajectory, okay? So we now have our over-the-horizon radars on. 2 nights ago, we had all those emergency action messages broadcasted, the nuclear attack options. Okay, they were broadcasted like crazy. And now we have this over-the-horizon radar, so it's just totally insane. Yeah, there's no radio chatter from Culinary tonight. Looks like Culinary might have taken a few days off after Tuesday night. Or after Wednesday night. Maybe Culinary's a little bit burnt out, you know. Maybe he needs a couple of days off. Eddie Hallner, thank you for the donation. Gene W., thank you for gifting 10 memberships. Howard Ashford, thank you for gifting $10. Thank you very much. R. Williams, thank you for the donation. If the radar detects something, will we see it on the screen? Oh, that's a good question. Maybe, yeah. We might be able to detect. We might be able to see something. Yeah, potentially. We may see something. Yeah, that's a possibility for sure. You know, it's hard to say because I don't know if anybody's ever actually listened to this while a missile was being launched, so I don't know. I honestly don't know. Potentially. So yeah, the over-the-horizon radars here in the U.S. are interfering with a lot of the aeronautical bands, radio bands, and so you can actually hear them. Jacqueline James, thank you for the donation. I'll definitely check the messages. Poopy McScoopy, how's it going? Do I need to fix breakfast in the morning for everyone? Is there a threat to the CONUS? Yeah, there could be a threat to the CONUS. So that could be why. Air raid alerts are going off in Ukraine right now. There's an air raid attack on Ukraine. They're launching missiles at Ukraine potentially. Matt W. says, glad you are on this, Greg. Godspeed, fair winds, and following seas to you. Thank you very much. And Iconic Meerkat, thank you for all of the gifted memberships. Amid Snowy says, I am not on the Ike. Okay. Gotcha. Sounds good. And thank you for the donation. Wow, HK, thank you for, or not crazed, thank you for the donation. Ezekiel 33:6, thank you for being obedient. Thank you, not crazed. I appreciate it, not crazed. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate the donations. Thank you guys so much. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on right now. Just checking to see if there's any information. We also have a fire at Goose Bay, which is a Canadian Forces base in Canada. Goose Bay is where the Canadians host multinational battalions. Okay, they host multinational battalions at Goose Bay, and there's now a fire there. We also had Israel strike Iran. So we now have the leader of one of the Iranian proxies say that they're going to respond to whoever was behind the attack on the base. So very interesting. So I'm just going to step away for a minute. I have to just get up and stretch my legs, guys. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hey guys, I'm back. I had to take a break. I'm just eating a little snack here. But it does appear that the over-the-horizon radar may have been turned off just recently, a few minutes ago. Let me turn it back on. You can hear that it sounds a little bit different. Let me turn it on for you. Hold on. So if you notice the sound is a little bit different. It's just like a fuzzing sound. It's like a hissing sound. Earlier you can hear like this clear, like it was like almost like it sound like an electrical sound. It was kind of like a more of a droning sound. So it appears that the over-the-horizon radar has been turned off now, but it was on this evening. So I don't know what's going on, but just a lot of stuff going on this evening. Again, another crazy night. We have a Russian sub off the eastern U.S. We have over-the-horizon radars being turned on. Israel strikes Iraq, taking out some Iranian proxies in Baghdad. And we have this air raid alert in Ukraine now. And apparently the Russians are using MiGs in this air raid alert. And for there to be MiGs in the air is extremely unusual in Ukraine these days. They don't use MiGs anymore over Ukraine. So that's definitely a sign of some kind of change in Russia's tactics or escalation possibly. So let me just see what you guys have been saying. I'm just going to check the chat here. See what you guys are saying. Craig says, Greg, you won't believe this. I just watched the 10 o'clock ABC News and they mentioned nothing about this in Iraq tonight. They said the situation is calming down. Oh my gosh. So stupid. Yeah. Mainstream media is just full of it. Unbelievable. So Israel launched a big strike on Iranian proxies. Still not much updates on that. Not many updates. USN Seals says, I am mentally scarred from Hell Week. Oh, I bet you are. Hell Week must have been crazy. I've seen some of the videos. Remember the mainstream media? Mainstream media said that they weren't going to strike until after Passover. You remember that? They were saying, oh, they're not going to strike until after Passover. Wow, they were really wrong there. Fighter jets over Phoenix. Amir gave a great video on his view of what happened with the strike. Okay, I'll have to check it out. Amir Sarfati. Amir Sarfati, yeah, I know who he is. No, I'm actually eating some smoked cheese. Some smoked cheese that I got from the Slavic store. Smoked cheese. So Israel fired a very limited strike, or they fired a very limited amount of missiles, very limited strike yesterday, and then also today a very limited strike. So we're going to have to wait and see what Iran does now. If Iran is going to respond in any way, we're going to find out soon. So we have this big fire at the Canadian Forces base in Goose Bay, which is pretty unusual. Let me see if I can share a picture of that fire in Goose Bay. Looks like the air traffic control tower caught on fire. Sounds like the over-the-horizon radar has now been turned off. Let me see if I can play it for you. So if you listen now, it has like a lighter tone. It's more like a light fuzz versus earlier you can hear like more of a droning noise. So the over-the-horizon radar has been turned off. So that's a good sign. That means that our level of alert has been reduced a little bit. So that means that whatever caused them to turn the over-the-horizon radar on, that threat is basically gone. So we've lowered our alert level a little bit. So you can hear that noise is a little different now. So looks like the over-the-horizon radar has been shut off. But we still have this U.S. Sikorsky Nighthawk and a P-8 Poseidon that were just off the coast of Jacksonville. And then we had this nuke sniffer off the eastern U.S. flying up and down the eastern U.S. So something is going on over here. Looks like potentially a Russian sub might have visited us here in the U.S. or is visiting us now. But we have this base here in Canada, Goose Bay. Goose Bay is where they have a multinational battalion for fighter jets.
is mainsail with a test count. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is mainsail with a test count. Out.
All right, guys. Sorry about that. I was on a very important phone call. Thank you guys for waiting. I was talking with my local amateur radio expert, licensed ham radio operator. I rely on this person for a lot of information about the radios and everything going on with the EAMs. And we were just talking about some interesting things that happened tonight. So he kind of gave me a debrief. So basically we have this, and I saw in the chat, somebody was picking up on this in the chat. But we have this Exec 1F, which is a executive plane for the president. Exec 1F is the call sign. Let me just enlarge it here. So Exec 1F is like an alternate plane for either the president or the vice president or the president's family. And this Exec 1F plane, even though it's a U.S. Air Force plane, it's sometimes used by the president.
With a count. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is mainsail with a test count out.
So that was just another EAM. That was just a test count. It's sort of like a radio check for the nuclear forces. But we had this C-32A, which is sometimes used by the president, go from Minneapolis to Denver. Looks like it might have landed somewhere in Denver. We don't know exactly where. It either landed at the Buckley, I think it is, spaceport, or it landed at Denver International. And we know Cheyenne Mountain.
With the test count. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Mainsail with the test out.
So this is some type of a presidential plane, okay, an Exec 1F, and it flew from Minneapolis to Denver. So I don't know why they would fly this thing in the middle of the night from Minneapolis to Denver. I don't know if Biden is on board or about one of Biden's family members, but this is pretty interesting. Another interesting thing that happened tonight was we had that over-the-horizon radar that was turned on, and you guys were listening to that, and it looks like the over-the-horizon radar was turned off. So that's kind of a good sign for now. It's kind of a good sign. It means that whatever caused them to turn it on is basically the threat is no longer there. Another thing, too, that we were talking about was this nuke sniffer plane that was flying along the eastern U.S. earlier this afternoon. And so these nuke sniffer planes can detect Russian subs. And the way that they do it is with the heat exchangers on the submarines. The heat exchangers, what they do is they swap the cool seawater for into the sub, basically to kind of get out some of the steam, the hot steam in the sub. And that obviously leaks out a little bit of radiation. So that's how they're able to detect a sub with the nuke sniffers. So So definitely something was going on here, and we still have this Sikorsky Nighthawk, which has that laser mine finder. Okay, it disappeared from the flight tracker, but it was looping here. So definitely something was here. But this plane, the presidential plane, potentially landing in Denver, and Cheyenne Mountain is not far from Denver, guys. Okay, Cheyenne Mountain is not far from Denver. You have Colorado Springs right there. Another thing, too, is Denver International Airport happens to be one of the airports where the New World Order has bunkers underneath. And they also had those weird murals at the Denver International Airport. I don't know if you guys remember. They used to have those weird murals in the airport. They were like apocalyptic art, you know, like showing all these like weird apocalyptic scenes in the airport. And they actually removed those murals. Those murals are gone. But, you know, those murals were there for many, many years. So, maybe Biden went to one of these New World Order bunkers or something under the airport, you know, because we know that the Illuminati, they have bunkers here under the Denver International Airport. And in the event of a nuclear war, all of the elites would fly here to Denver International Airport, and they would go to these bunkers, you know. So I don't know if he's going to one of these bunkers because something imminent is about to happen, and he's meeting up with his Illuminati friends, you know, I don't know. But it's pretty suspicious for there to be this Exec 1F flying in the middle of the night from Minneapolis to Denver. And so as far as I know, Kamala Harris wasn't in Minnesota today. And as far as I know, Biden was supposed to be in Delaware this weekend. So, you know, so it's a very strange situation. But like I said, guys, Denver International Airport is, you know, home of the Illuminati. They used to have those murals there, you know, that they actually had to take the murals down because there was so much controversy over them. They took the murals down. So for those of you guys who don't know what I'm talking about, I'll try to find some pictures for you. And yeah, there's Goose Bay. Goose Bay was, there's some weird fire in Goose Bay. Goose Bay is a major base for the Canadian Forces. Okay, so the Canadian Forces, that's the Canadian Air Force. They have a major air base there in Goose Bay. And that's where they have multinational fighter squadrons from the UK, from France. Good to see you, Angela Dunn. Yeah, so Angela, the fire on the top left is the Goose Bay Air Base in Labrador. And if you actually go on my website, I have Goose Bay listed as a potential nuclear war target in Canada. And the reason why is that it's a potential forward operating base for Canadian F-18s. So in the event of a nuclear war, what would happen is Canadian F-18s would fly like north towards the Arctic to potentially intercept Russian bombers or to shoot down Russian cruise missiles that might have been fired from over the Arctic. But they would use the Goose Bay.
With a test count. Testing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is mainsail with a test count out.
That was just a test count. So, So, I don't find this to be a coincidence or an accident for this air base to catch fire like that. That's not a coincidence in my opinion. This was probably an act of sabotage, most likely by foreign agents, because NATO sends their fighter jets here to do training and interoperability exercises with the Canadian F-18s. So Canada's F-18s, they go here. A lot of British and French fighter jets even station their fighter jets there for potentially patrolling the North Atlantic and responding to any kind of incidents in the North Atlantic. So, it's a very serious situation. Ross Niderman, good to see you, Ross Niderman. There was a 911 outage in my area on Wednesday. I live in Las Vegas. John Hoover says, stand by for traffic. Culinary with action message break. Message as follows. POTUS out of ice cream. Say again, POTUS out of ice cream. Break. That's a good one. That's a good one, John. John, we got to do that live stream from downtown Kiev, from Independence Square. Goose Bay is a NORAD site. Are you sure about that? I didn't know Goose Bay was a NORAD site. That's new to me. I know that there's a NORAD site in Winnipeg. And they also have a radar that points to the east. So maybe that's what you mean by a NORAD site. They have a long-range radar in Goose Bay. So I guess it could be part of NORAD, So yeah, Goose Bay, they have a radar. So yeah, it's a very important location. State of emergency declared in Canada at Goose Bay due to possible imminent explosion anticipated. State of emergency declared. That is crazy, guys. So this is very serious, guys. I think this is an act of sabotage because Goose Bay is used as a multinational airbase by NATO. They do a lot of training exercises there. So this is a very serious situation, very serious and very unexpected. We also had a man set fire on himself outside of the courtroom in New York City when Trump was going to trial for hush money or whatever. This guy set himself on fire. We're also hearing that some Iranian proxies have launched drones at southern Israel. So we also have some breaking news coming in that an oil refinery in Russia was just hit by Ukrainian drones near Smolensk, which is in western Russia. It's close to Belarus. So let me just check the satellite here. We'll take a look at where Goose Bay is, so you guys can see where Goose Bay is. That's where Wing 5 is located. That's where Wing 5 is located. This is a major base, guys. That's where Wing 5 of the Canadian Air Force is located. So it's no joke. It's in the middle of nowhere. Okay, it's in Labrador, but they have a radar there. As you can see, it's strategically located here in the northeastern part of Canada. And they have a radar that faces out to the North Atlantic. But maybe we can see that radar here. But, you know, this is where Wing 5 is located. So this isn't just some ordinary base, you know. As soon as I heard that Goose Bay caught on fire, my radar went up dramatically, because, you know, knowing from my nuclear war targets for Canada, I researched all of these bases in Canada, and Goose Bay was one of the targets, you know. If you look up on my website, I have it listed as a target, as a secondary target. So I find it strange that an air traffic control tower would catch fire. I mean, look at that. I mean, that just doesn't seem normal to me. You know, and how does an air traffic control tower catch fire? I mean, I guess anything is possible. you know, but you know, anything could happen as an accident, obviously, but I don't know. Fire is out of control in Canada. Yeah, Goose Bay is home of 5 Wing. Goose Bay's primary mission is to support NORAD. Yeah, I know North Bay. Yeah, North Bay, there's a huge bunker in North Bay. Rene Lapierre. I didn't know that you were in North Bay. That's really cool. It would be cool if you could get me some footage of North Bay. Like if you could walk by and film a couple of short videos for me, I'd love that. I could share that with I'd share that with my audience, you know. Obviously nothing top secret or that would harm security for Canada or North America, but if you could get like a video of North Bay, that would be cool. Yeah, Goose Bay's primary mission is support NORAD, yep. They have a radar there. Are Russian subs always off the coast of Florida? Not that I'm aware of. No. They're not off the coast of Florida that much. It could be anywhere off the East Coast, but tonight we had this Nighthawk. It looks like he's still flying around. It's just no transponder, you know. So, oh yeah, there's NORAD right there. Look, RCAF NORAD. You see that? This could even be a bunker here. They could even have a bunker under. See RCAF NORAD? So yeah, there is a NORAD. I honestly never knew NORAD was at this base. I always thought it was just a radar for NORAD and that they had a NATO squadrons here. UK and French fighter jets often fly here. And these actually look like, let me see, these planes right here could be sub-hunters. The Canadians, they have these special sub-hunter planes, the CP-140 Aurora. These look like CP-140 Auroras. These are the Canadian sub-hunters. They're based off of the P-3 Orion. And so these planes, Canada has a lot of them, and they're actually really good. They're really good sub-hunters, and they fly. I don't know if these are CP-140s. They could be some other kind, because I don't know. Maybe they're not. These look like jets, actually. The CP-140s are propellers, but the CP-140s are the main sub-hunter force for Canada. So they have, oh, they have a nice rifle range here. Let's see. How far out does it go? Well, it looks like a small one. Looks pretty small. Oh yeah, right here. Yep, they have a range here. Looks like, what, maybe 100 yards. Just a little tiny tactical range. You got the berms here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe it goes further out. Looks like it could be a 500-yard range. Yeah, it could be a 500-yard range they got here, because you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 berms, and these look like, this looks like a shooting shed here. Got some targets there for close range pistol. But anyway, the CP-140 Auroras, they're like the backbone of Canada's sub-hunting force. So they rely on those CP-140s to patrol their coastline to see if there's any Russian ballistic missile subs off the coast here in the Labrador Sea or up here in the Pacific. So they have one base here in British Columbia. They have a Comox. Comox is one of the bases here by Vancouver. That's their West Coast base for their sub hunters. And then they have Appomattox, I think it is. Let me see, what is that one called? And then they have one over here in Nova Scotia. But Goose Bay is critical. It's like one of the most critical air bases in Canada. It's a very, very important base. I'm sorry, no. I don't know why I said Appomattox. I don't know where that came from. Greenwood. So there's CFB Greenwood and CFB Comox. Okay, CFB Comox, Canadian Forces Base Comox is on Vancouver Island. And then they have one here in Nova Scotia, Greenwood. I think it's over here somewhere. Yeah, right there. This is their other base for their sub hunters. Right here. So learn something new every day on the NYPrepper channel. And you can actually see here they have the CP-140s. You see right here. These are their sub hunters. And they're based off of a P-3 Orion airframe, so they're basically like a P-3. And this is the backbone of their. So during a nuclear war, or right before a nuclear war, if there's like heightened tensions, these planes would be critical for NORAD and for the security of North America in a nuclear war, because they could fly up and down the coast and see if there's any Russian ballistic missile subs approaching. So these planes are critical, and this is a major nuclear war target. So any of you guys in Canada, if you live in Nova Scotia, Greenwood is a major nuclear war target, and then you have Vancouver Island, Comox is a nuclear war target. The Russians would try to annihilate that because they don't want these very, very potent sub-hunter planes patrolling the east and west coasts of Canada. So this would be a major target. Is Klaus Schwab dead yet? That's a good question. I don't think so. I think he's still alive. Maybe he has some miracle infinity serum so he could live forever. See if I can show you guys these murals. They actually got removed. Some really creepy murals in the Denver International Airport. And how do we know that the Denver International Airport is affiliated with the New World Order? Because they have a Mason symbol. When they built the airport, they have a Mason symbol on the stone. You know, they have like an honorary stone that they put for the building of the airport. let me see if I can share this with you guys. This website has a good description here of the murals there. So there's also a conspiracy that the way that the runways were set up, it kind of forms like a swastika symbol. The way that the runways were set up, the way they built the runways forms like a swastika from the air. There's just all kinds of weird stuff about this airport. But the murals. But here's the stone. You see the stone here? It says Denver International Airport Dedication Capstone. And they put a time capsule in this capstone. It says the time capsule beneath this stone contains messages and memorabilia to the people of Colorado in 2094. And this was in March 1994. So 100 years after the capstone was installed, they have a time capsule in it, and they want people to open it in 2094. And you can clearly see the Masonic symbol there. Okay. I mean, it's just clear as day, you know. That's just clear as day. Okay. And the name of the airport, it was called the New World Airport Commission. When they were building it, they had the name New World Airport Commission. I mean, come on, you know, it's just doesn't get any weirder. But here's some of the murals that they used to have. Very, very strange murals. Look at that. Very strange. You can see like a green stormtrooper with a AK rifle and a sword stabbing this dove. So this looks like it looks like a Nazi stormtrooper. He's got a gas mask on, and you can see like almost like a Nazi hat, you know. And I think that represents potentially war. You can see like rubbled buildings here. And there's like a child holding a stuffed animal, kind of like hiding from all the chaos. And you can see like rubble buildings. And I think this is a symbol for war and maybe or death or something, because you can see there's like people here. There's like a woman with a child holding a child, and the woman is like kind of like a pale green color. So that reminds me of like the pale horse. But this is like very, very creepy. I mean, who the hell paints something like that? You know, that's just absolutely crazy, you know? So Cornerstone, Greg? Cornerstone, okay. It's the plaque, brother. It's got the compass that the Freemasons use on it. Exactly, yep. I've gone full conspiracy. I'm not doing any conspiracies. I'm just presenting something interesting. I'm not saying 100% that this is, you know, I'm just sharing something. I mean, here's another weird picture. You can see like just weird stuff, you know, like a child in a casket and like a dead leopard here, and like just really strange stuff. And then this one is really weird. You have like kids from around the world, like kids from all over the world. And what's interesting is you have this like stormtrooper is on the ground, and the stormtrooper is on the ground, and the kids are standing on top of the stormtrooper, and the one kid has like a hammer, and he's like hammering something here, like a piece of metal, So I don't know if this is like representing the New World Order, that, oh, the New World Order saved us and we're able to defeat the Doom Trooper or whatever, the Stormtrooper, and this is like representing the New World Order. But it says peace here. You see, there's a ribbon in the middle, and it says peace, and you have like peace in all the different languages, like Russian, English. There's even Polish here. It says pokój, which means peace. In all the languages it says peace, and then you have children from all the different countries here with different flags standing on top of the Doom Trooper. And then there's this weird horse. What the heck is this thing, guys? I mean, this is just the weirdest thing ever. I don't know what to make of this. Just absolutely insane. Yeah, this is just crazy. This is like a weird blue horse with like red eyes outside the airport. I mean, come on. Just really strange. Then there's this, just so much weird stuff. But anyway, this is the airport where that executive plane flew through. Look at this. 2,000 VIPs helped dedicate new airport. You see that? Look at this clip. November 20, 1993. 2,000 very important persons help dedicate new airport. Wow. Interesting. So all these rich people got together and they pooled their money together to build this airport. And here we have pictures of the underground tunnel. This is a tunnel. There's tunnels under the airport. Look at this thing. Okay. This is real. This is actually, they have tunnels under the airport. Okay. So, it's just too many coincidences, it's too much going on. Just really bizarre. It says here, this brings us to the aforementioned underground bunkers. Hold on, I'm going to just minimize this a little for the people not too interested. This brings us to the aforementioned underground bunkers. While it's true that there are a great many tunnels beneath the city, the notion of what amounts to be an underground city is fanciful at best. A facility the size of DIA requires a significant number of maintenance tunnels, not to mention the sheer amount of passenger baggage that needs to be routed throughout. It's therefore not surprising that there is a substantial facility beneath the terminals. However, despite claims that there's a 6-story deep complex, blah, blah, blah. So, pretty interesting. You can make of it whatever you want. Look, New World Airport Commission. You see that? New World Airport Commission. Interesting. Very, very strange, huh? So what do you guys think of these live streams? I've never done this many live streams in a row. Do you like these live streams, or do you prefer more videos? What do you guys think? It seems like you guys like these streams. Yeah, it's the 3 horsemen or the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, maybe. The 3 horsemen or 4 horsemen, yeah. Yeah, it looks like the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Yeah, I wonder what's under the airport, too. Lucifer was moved to Colorado Springs, yeah. That whole airport is one big altar to Satan. Bull is Baphomet. Blue horse is the apocalypse horseman. Ah, interesting. Yeah, that's a very good point. Very good point, yeah. Yeah, I mean, New World Airport Commission. I mean, come on. The New World Airport Commission was organized for the specific purpose of celebrating the global significance of the Denver International Airport. The New World Airport Commission, organized for the specific purpose of celebrating a global significance of Denver International Airport. So obviously, global significance. I mean, I don't know. It just seems weird to me. I don't know. It's very bizarre. Very strange. So yeah, Biden's plane landed at this airport tonight. They have these gargoyles here. What's this? Gargoyles? Yeah, look. All these weird gargoyles inside of the airport. Look at that. Very bizarre. But, check these murals out. Then they have this statue of, wow. They have a statue of the god of death in ancient Egypt. 22-foot sculpture of Anubis, the ancient Egyptian god of death. The piece was erected in June 2010. Wow. That's kind of weird. Very weird. So let me just check and see if there's any new news. But yeah, there's some weird like this is just so creepy. Look at that. I mean, very strange. And from what I understand, they've already painted it over. Okay, Dundee says, I enjoy the streams. The up-to-date news would be cool to see you get a group together to help with all the incoming news. Love the streams. May need to bring on another broadcaster so he can sleep and keep the live going. You could live premiere the pre-recorded videos. Devin says he's flown out of Denver 40 times and never once had a good feeling. What airport has these gargoyles? This is in Denver International Airport. And they have these weird murals that they used to have. They took them down. Good night, Tiffany Hartman. Thanks for tuning in. K. Paul says I'm going in 10 minutes. Okay, sounds good. Thank you, K. Paul, for showing up again tonight. Yeah, I'm going to do some pre-recorded videos tomorrow. Unless something crazy happens, I'll probably do a pre-recorded video tomorrow, just updating everything. Oh wow, we have some footage coming out of Smolensk in Russia. This is insane. Wow. The Ukrainians hit another oil refinery there in Russia. We have some new footage here. Let me see if I can share that with you. I'll share that with you guys. But so far, we're not hearing anything of an Iranian response. So we're not hearing anything yet of an Iranian response. Let me see if I can share my screen. 1 second here. We have some new footage coming in. I'm going to share the footage. Oil facility that was hit in oil facility here in Russia. Oil refinery that was just hit by the Ukrainians tonight. Wow. That looks insane. Let me make that bigger so you guys can see. This was in western Russia. Ukraine hit another oil refinery. Looks like two big fires here, look.
Прям кто-то уебал нехило, блядь. Уже 8 взрывов, нахуй. Бать, заправочная станция, не заправочная, перевалочная станция Лукойл, нахуй. Кардымова, блядь. Во, въебало, блядь. Прям пиздец. Ох, ебаться, вот это вещи, нахуй.
Вау.
Вот это прям пиздец. А, здесь Лукойл, и еще не все въебало, блядь. И вот это, блядь, не весело, прям пиздец. Нефть немножко похуже горит, а вот Лукойл, блядь, горит охуетительно, блядь.
So, crazy situation there in Russia. Absolutely insane. We're not hearing any updates from the Middle East. So let me just share some other footage here. So oil refinery hit in western Russia by the Ukrainians. And keep in mind, this is just 2 days after the Ukrainians hit one of Russia's early warning radars. They took out one of their early warning radars, the Ukrainians. They took out the early warning radar in Mordovia, which is southeast of Moscow. And then they also took out that bomber in the air. They shot down the bomber. And then they also damaged a factory in Russia that builds Russian nuclear bombers, strategic bombers. They hit a factory. So Ukraine is really... And then also in northern Crimea, a couple days ago, they hit a bunch of S-400 sites, you know, surface-to-air missile sites. air defense sites. In northern Crimea, the Ukrainians destroyed several S-400s. So the Ukrainians are really, going after Russia on their own soil, So this is a pretty serious escalation that, for Ukraine is escalating it pretty seriously now. They're going after Russian bomber sites, Russia's nuclear forces. They're going after their oil facilities. They're going after their surface-to-air missile sites. So Ukraine is really attacking Russian soil now, and they're, damaging their oil production, which is like critical for Russia's economy. Russia's economy is dependent on oil and gas. So Ukraine is really, escalating this to a different level now, and they have more drones that they've been building, like drones that have a range of like 2,000 kilometers. They can fly a drone all the way up to the Arctic, So I think we're going to see more of this. This is just the beginning. Ukraine has been building these long-range drones for the last few years, and now they finally have them produced, so they can start hitting targets and stuff. So So let me just share another clip here. We have a clip coming in from Iraq. Showing this base that was hit. Let me show you guys this clip here. Hold on. So here we have a clip coming in this morning from Iraq after the strikes. You can see this whole base is just totally annihilated. Look. Oh my gosh. This is just completely annihilated. Wow. That's insane. There's just nothing but rubble. Look. Wow. Look at that crater. Wow. That is a huge crater. Wow. I'm sure they did this kind of damage in Iran. It's just Iran hasn't shared it, So this is the first footage coming in from Iraq this morning. It's already morning time over there. Someone said something about the artist in Denver International Airport. A lot of people say they love the live streams. Keep doing it. Okay, love the live streams. Yeah, I'm going to keep doing live streams, but I'm going to also keep doing video updates because I know a lot of people, they like to get the news in like 20 minutes or less and know all the headlines, what's going on, versus hanging around for hours in the live stream. So I'm going to keep doing the videos. OSINT Defender, someone said something about OSINT Defender. And let me just see here. It's the last couple days has just been insane. And I have a bad feeling it's going to just keep getting crazier and crazier as time goes on, unfortunately. It's just been totally insane. Wow, so the Israelis totally annihilated this base. You can see the hangars are completely messed up. Look at the hangars are all jacked up there. Look at that. Wow. Wow, they hit them good. Just going to check some of the latest headlines.
How copy? My station, over.
We got this sub-hunting drone active now. Got a sub-hunting drone active in the Mediterranean now.
Retaliate. I have you, Lima Charlie, as well. Request to check out of the net at this time. Say again. Request to check out of the net at this time. Over.
So we have this sub-hunting drone active over the Mediterranean now. This is the one that they sent over the Atlantic the other day, right before Israel launched their strike. Yesterday, they sent this thing over the Atlantic, and it appears to be heading towards towards Israel. So there was some kind of a missile strike on Ukraine tonight, possibly. Yeah, but this fire in the base in Canada is extremely suspicious. Very suspicious. I wonder if it's the work of, maybe Iranian agents or Russian agents or something. I don't know. For those of you guys that are just tuning in, we had an over-the-horizon radar that was turned on this evening. For like a good 2-3 hours, we had an over-the-horizon radar that was turned on. So that was pretty unusual. So, yeah, this base was totally wiped out. Totally wiped out. Someone's saying something about trout. I'm gonna try to go trout fishing. Maybe if I have time tomorrow, I'm gonna try to do a little trout fishing. Unless something crazy's going on in the world, I'm gonna see if I can do a little trout fishing. Maybe tomorrow or this weekend. Maybe if things calm down a little, I'll have some time. We are definitely in World War III. Yeah, sirens in Israel. I heard. Yeah, there's sirens in Israel right now. Let me just check and see if there's any new headlines here. So we got to keep an eye out for Iran and see what Iran is going to do. We have the Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban, saying that the West is one step away from sending troops to Hungary, or troops to Ukraine. The Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban, who happens to be very pro-Russia, is saying that the West is one step away from sending troops to Ukraine. The man who set himself on fire outside of the Manhattan courthouse for the Trump trial has died. So, pretty sad situation there, I guess. The Ukrainians hit a 750 kilovolt substation in Russia with a drone. In Bryansk Oblast, the Bryanskaya substation was hit with a Ukrainian drone. So Ukraine is really doing some really deep strikes. But you know what's really strange is this sub-hunting drone here, this MQ-4C Triton, taking off from Sigonella and heading straight east towards, looks like, Israel. That's very concerning. MQ-4C Triton. They just moved this thing over the ocean. It's flying at 48,000 feet right now. It's flying pretty fast, 371 knots. Let me just see here. MQ-4C Triton. It's kind of like a Global Hawk. It's similar to a Global Hawk, but it also can detect submarines, from what I understand. Let's see here. The Triton is intended to provide real-time surveillance, intelligence, and reconnaissance missions over vast ocean and coastal regions, continuous maritime surveillance, conduct search and rescue missions, and complement the P-8 Poseidon maritime patrol craft. Triton builds on elements of the RQ-4 Global Hawk. Changes include reinforcements to the airframe and wing, de-icing systems, and lightning protection. These allow the aircraft to descend through cloud layers to gain a closer view of ships and other targets at sea. The sensor suite helps track ships by gathering their speed, location, and classification. So this is like a RQ-4 Global Hawk, but it's made for checking out like different warships and stuff like that in an area. And we just randomly did an elephant walk with 12 B-2s. I mean, that was crazy. 12 B-2s. We did that elephant walk the other day. I'm sure some of you guys saw that. Maybe you didn't. I don't know. But let's see if we can see these B2s here. State of emergency because of the situation at Goose Bay. I mean, just so much going on. It's just absolutely insane. You know, Goose Bay, the major NATO base. So Goose Bay hosts multinational NATO fighter jet squadrons. It also supports NORAD, and it also has a radar that points eastward. Wonder if we can find that radar somewhere. I wonder where the radar is. I wonder where that radar is. That would be cool. Cool to see. We were just looking at Greenwood. Now we're going to go up to Goose Bay. I wonder where that radar is. But it sounds like a sabotage, because if there's munitions on site, it sounds like the fire was started on purpose to try to catch the munitions on fire so it would blow. And then if the munitions were to blow, obviously, you know, that would destroy the entire base. Wonder where that radar is. It might be hard to find. Might be hard to find. Let me just check some other headlines here. So we do have a substation on fire in Russia. Just checking to see if there's any updates. This Israeli strike on the Iraqi base was pretty substantial, but again, I would be very happy if this was an Iranian base that they destroyed, but who cares about these proxies? They don't really mean much. So far, no word about any Iranian retaliations. We're getting some news, though, of drones flying into northern Israel. I'll keep an eye on that and monitor the situation. Let me see if I can get our map here. See if I can get our map. Yeah, we do have a drone intrusion alarm. Drone intrusion alarm in right here. Let's see. Oh, this is an older one. Why is that so old? Why does it say 416? Strange. Taiwan has been conducting extensive military drills this month. Taiwan has been conducting extensive military drills this month. Yeah, we're hearing of hostile drone intrusions in northern Israel. Wow, this is really weird. I don't know if this is fake or not. There's like a video of like a creepy man. It looks like it's altered though. It's probably chemically altered. Or what is it? Photoshopped. Probably photoshopped. The Senate voted late Friday to reauthorize the Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. Section 702 has been reauthorized. So that's pretty concerning. Section 702 of the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act has been reauthorized. FISA authorizes the targeted collection of foreign intelligence information from non-U.S. persons abroad. Section 702 is a key provision of the FISA Amendments Act of 2008 that permits the government to conduct targeted surveillance of foreign persons located outside the U.S. with the compelled assistance of electronic communication service providers to acquire foreign intelligence information. 702 is used to protect the U.S. and its allies from hostile foreign adversaries, including terrorists, proliferators, and spies, and to inform cybersecurity efforts. So it's some kind of a spy act, you know. U.S. persons cannot be targeted under the Section 702, or any person located in the U.S. It's just for foreigners that are located outside of the U.S. So it basically allows for spying. So, but this drone here in the Mediterranean is pretty suspicious. Crump says, we love you, Greg. Thank you, Crump. Let me check on the chat. Sorry, I've been away from the chat. I'm going to check it right now. Han says, good morning from Denmark. 2 witnesses broadcasting NYPrepper. I don't understand. Someone's broadcasting me? I'm confused. Aldo says, I'm learning to fly fish. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, fly fishing is cool. Fly fishing is definitely very cool. They stock brown trout in Tennessee. Yeah, I know. Tennessee has great fishing. They stock a lot of streams here, too. R. Williams, thank you for the coffee donation. Nikki G, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate it. Tucker, fly fishing. Yeah, fly fishing is tricky. I've never done any fly fishing. I just use a spinner. Thank you guys for donating the gifted memberships. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, all quiet in Israel. It's all quiet right now. Amy A, thank you for the donation. Shell, thank you for gifting 10 memberships. I hope you're having a good Friday. And Nikki G, thanks for gifting 10 memberships. Nikki G, another 5 memberships. Thank you very, very much. You guys are awesome. Hope you're having a great Friday. It's been a crazy week. So I'm just going to do one more check of the news, and then I'm going to check the chat. And then I think I'm going to shut it down because I need to get some sleep and rest and catch up on some things. I wish I could stay longer, but I mean, the last 2 days I've literally since Wednesday, for 2 days straight, I've literally done nothing but stream. Andrew Pickett says, I sent you an email regarding that guy, and I just heard that he passed away from his injuries. Project Gamma, thank you for the donation. Sharebud says Denver Airport is the entrance to a government bunker. Oh, yeah, I believe it. Brandon Barulkin says, we appreciate you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Andrew Pickett, for the donations once again. So I think I'm going to wind it down here pretty soon. There was this weird tornado in China. I didn't even know China gets tornadoes. There was this really powerful tornado that came through China just now. It's pretty weird. Iran's foreign minister refused to acknowledge that Israel was behind yesterday's attack in Isfahan in Iran, claiming the weapon they used was a children's toy. That's funny. I guess they don't want to be embarrassed too much. Let me just see what you guys are saying here. Curie says take a rest because nothing is happening. Yeah, it's slowed down quite a bit. Geoengineering. Yeah, no problem, Vicky. No problem. All quiet in Israel. Hello from Hebron. Hey, Morty. How's it going, Morty? Thank you for the information. Tracy says, I always come here looking for accurate reporting. Any word on the drones inbound? I haven't heard any updates on the drones in northern Israel. Any chance of a restart and to let it run? I've thought about doing that. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I don't know. It's kind of late at night. I don't know if anybody would stay up and watch. If anything, I would leave it up tomorrow during the day. What do you guys think? JA711 says, whoever saw Greg's channel being streamed on their own, try and email Greg who that is. That could be somebody stealing his content. Yeah, it could be someone stealing my content. Yeah, it very well could be. Very true. I was thinking of restarting it and letting it run. I don't know. I have to see. I got to give my computer a break. People are saying my content is being stolen. Wow, that's not good. If someone has an email, that would be good. Or not an email, and an address or channel. I mean, if someone could send me a channel who's stealing it, and I'll I'll take care of it if you send me the channel. Don't waste the notification. Yeah, exactly, K-Paul. That's what I'm thinking. If I do a restart, it's going to waste the notification. So then tomorrow, if I have to upload a video or I want to go live again, it's not going to notify people. So that's why I think I'm just going to shut it down. Olivia says quiet compared to Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday was just insane, Olivia. It's just crazy. Filipina says get some sleep from the Philippines. Oh, cool, the Philippines. I always wanted to go there. I had a neighbor who was Filipino when I was growing up. Put my name in the banner along the top. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, if anybody knows the name of the channel, that would be good to know. Survival Living is a buddy of mine, so that's fine. If Survival Living, I mean, he's a buddy, so I don't care about Survival Living. Tracy says keep notifications in case things come up. Yeah, I'd love to restart the stream, but if I restart it, the problem is it wastes a notification, because the way YouTube works is you only get 3 notifications per 24 hours. And anytime you go live, it automatically sends out a notification. So then if I want to, like, for example, tomorrow post videos if something's going on or give an update, it's not going to send out a notification because I already used them up today, you know. So I've had that happen before. Yeah, it's quiet right now in the Eastern Front, but it's going to start picking up soon because it's like it's just morning time in Eastern Europe. It's probably only 7:45 in the morning now. In like Poland, Baltics are I think 8:45. So should start. They usually the flights in Eastern Europe they usually start picking up like right around now. But we do have some interesting activity here with this MQ-4C Triton is heading straight for Israel, and that could be a sign that there might be Russian or Iranian warships here or subs, and they want to monitor it. It's taking off from Sigonella. So, but yeah, Israel completely obliterated this Iranian proxy base in Iraq last night. You can see in the top left corner, it's been totally annihilated. So we don't have any more details about the strike on Thursday that Israel did. And, you know, I still believe that our nuclear forces are on high alert. From Wednesday night, there's no indications that our nuclear posture has changed since Wednesday. And I was chatting with my radio operator buddy earlier when we were on the phone like 2 hours ago. We were talking about, you know, everything that's been going on, and he monitors all these frequencies, and he's a radio operator, ham radio expert, and he was telling me that based on what he was hearing on the radio waves, there's no indication that our force posture has diminished from Wednesday night. So our nuclear forces are still on very high alert, you know, and we had that over the horizon radar that was switched on. So Chelsea Jennings says, wishing you all in Israel a safe and healthy evening and weekend, praying for you all. Thank you, Chelsea. Confirmed Skymaster. Oh, what's going on? Culinary's in the house. Look, we have Culinary in the house. Culinary, are you interested in being a moderator, an honorary moderator? We have Culinary in the house, guys. I'm going to make Culinary a moderator. We got Culinary in the house. See you later, Dory. See you next time. Yeah, we have no indications though that that things have slowed down at all with our nuclear posture. So, and we have this naval drone heading to Israel. So something could still pop off. We have to still be on alert. What's an over-the-horizon radar? An over-the-horizon radar is a long-range radar for detecting missiles. Greg, it gets wild and disrespectful when I'm gone. Okay. Save your PC, save the stream, catch you in the AM. Okay. So, yeah, I think I'm going to shut it down, guys. It's been a crazy past few days. This week has just been insane. So I'm gonna shut it down, and I'll be back on tomorrow, either doing a video update or I'll do a live stream tomorrow, possibly also. So we'll see. We'll see how things go. What's going on, Al Fox Prepper? Good to see you, Al Fox. I hope you're doing well. Culinary's one of the radio operator call signs on Wednesday night during the craziness when the U.S. was brought up to basically like a full nuclear readiness posture. On Wednesday night when I was live streaming and U.S. nuclear forces were broadcasting arming codes, and you could hear alarms in the background like bomb bay doors opening. One of the radio operators, his name was Culinary, his call sign, and he was like super like excited. He was like, unusually excited about it, for such a serious situation. So that's what Culinary is. If you hear the word Culinary in my channel, that's what that is. If any of you guys have an idea for a t-shirt for the Culinary, let me know. Send me an email or use my contact form on my website, newyorkprepper.com/contact. If you have any t-shirt ideas for Culinary, I'll make a t-shirt. A big plane, Culinary cooking up storms over EAM. So I'm going to shut it down, guys. How far back do you need to go to get info on the sub? The sub was the first like 2 hours. Basically, if you want to recap, I'll quickly recap. And I'll do a summary of everything tomorrow. Tomorrow, when I wake up, I'll do a summary of everything from tonight and yesterday and the day before. But basically, we had this nuke sniffer plane fly along the U.S. East Coast yesterday afternoon, or actually earlier today. And these nuke sniffer planes like never fly off the East Coast. And it was flying low, which means it was trying to detect any nuclear-powered vessels along the East Coast. And then later on this evening, we had these planes here. We had a U.S. Navy Nighthawk, which is it's a special helicopter for the Navy that can detect the presence of underwater objects, especially like mines, like sea mines. They have like a laser that they shoot down into the water, and it can detect the mines underwater. So we had one of these over here off of Florida. And then at the same time, there was also a P-8 Poseidon Subhunter plane in the same area. And yesterday, we had a Subhunter in the same area as well. And then there was also a Subhunter yesterday off the coast of Virginia Beach, where we have Norfolk Naval Base. So that's the situation with the Russian subs. And then also this evening we had the over-the-horizon radar that was switched on, and which was pretty concerning, because the over-the-horizon radars are used to detect ballistic missile launches, and we have no indication that U.S. nuclear forces have been brought down from the level that they were brought up to on Wednesday night. So our nuclear forces could still be very ready for something. Yes, the U.S. paraded 12 nuclear bombers, B-2s. That's right, beautiful chaos. That's right. I saw that. Yeah, very strange timing on that, and just so much going on right now. But I'm going to shut it down, guys. And it was nice to spend the last few nights with you, and hopefully I'll see you guys again soon. I'll be doing a video summary tomorrow of everything, so if you came in late to the stream, no worries. I'll do a video summary when I get up in the morning with everything that's been going on the last 2 days. Where do I get info for my tickers? The info for my ticker updates, I get that from various sources on social media, mainstream media. So yeah, it's all legit info. So if you guys came in late, no worries. I'll have a summary video up tomorrow. Yeah, check out my website, NYPrepper.com. I have a lot of prepping reference information on my website, like nuclear war survival stuff, nuclear war targets in Europe and in Canada and the U.S., stuff like that. So check out my website. Yeah, I can close with a prayer. We'll just say the Lord's Prayer together. So, Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. So, Harley Lady says, don't feed our addiction, shut it down. Thank you, Harley Lady. I appreciate it. So, have a good night, guys. I'm going to shut it down, and hopefully I'll see you guys soon. And sleep well, and take care. God bless. And don't forget the 3 Ps. Prepare, practice, and persevere.